Greetings, it's Jeffrey Guterman. Consider this a Strat-O-Matic baseball ambiance. It's a game played in the recent past. The dates are in the description of this video. It's just an effort for me to do something with Strat-O-Matic. It's a doubleheader between the Washington Senators at the Baltimore Orioles, and I hope you find this relaxing. Stand by, everybody, for a doubleheader between the Washington Senators and the Baltimore Orioles, dated September 9, 1969. Game 1 is coming right up. We're a little early here, actually. I'm going to set up the fielding ratings for Game 1, and I'll see. We got about 25 minutes till this first game begins. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't wait. Greetings, everybody. Jeffrey Guterman from the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network, and we are going to try to play a doubleheader. I'm going to try to get at least through one game. I can't make any promises, and I'm looking forward to this. It's the Washington Senators at the Baltimore Orioles. I'll have the lineups in about 10 minutes. Stand by, please. Rick DeBoer has arrived. Greetings. Greetings, everybody. Welcome. We'll have the starting lineups in about 7 minutes for this first game of a doubleheader between the Washington Senators and the Baltimore Orioles. Road Skull, are you there? Oh. There's Dick Smith. Got about 3 minutes till the starting lineups, folks. This is a doubleheader. Washington at Baltimore, September 9 in our 1969 replay. If you haven't checked it out yet, if you go to the community board, I have updated standings and individual leaders for home runs and wins only through September 8, 1969. We played our first game of September 9 this morning, and it was a great game, really. And now we move on to a doubleheader, and this is the only 2 games in this series, this doubleheader. Both teams were off yesterday. Their bullpens are pretty rested, and in fact, there are a couple of September call-ups here, Miles and Dukes. I think it's Jim Miles and Jan Dukes, and we have a couple of them actually in the starting lineup for this first game. Not so in the second game. We could use them in the second game. I hope you know, RS, that term dump. It's not derogatory. It means a load. Like when you dump data, something like that. Well, Rhodes Scholar has an interesting question. Will the O's reach 117 regular season games? Their record is 101 and 39. And with my math, that means they have 22 games left. What is the record? Oh, good, Rhodes Scholar, yeah. What is the record? Do you know? And I'm talking 162 innings, or the modern day record. And I got to warn you all now, anyway I'm going to try to be able to get through all of this, it's got to be slow. I'm telling you. Are you sure? Wow. Well, it's conceivable that they can go 16-6. I think they won 109 in real world. I'm not certain. I don't even feel like looking it up. I'll look it up. $109. That's a lot of freaking wins, 109. Minnesota had 97. My ear is a little plugged, bear with me. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey Guterman, and welcome. Oh yeah, you know, Weaver has already spoken to them about that, Rhodes Scholar, and he has said, don't try for that record. Just continue to play your game, stay loose, stay good. We are the best team in baseball. And actually he did, I saw a documentary where they talked about it, and he said that throughout the whole year. Don't you ever forget that you're the best team in baseball. For the visiting Washington Senators, we're at Memorial in Baltimore. Leading off and playing shortstop is Steady Eddie Brinkman. Batting second at second base, Tim Cullen. Batting third and playing first, Frank Big Man Howard. He's 3 behind Jackson. He has 48, Jackson with 51. The cleanup hitter will be Ken McMullen, and he is playing third base. Batting fifth in right field, Brant Aaliyah. I have a place card here for the next player. Too bad I don't have I have a nameless player. I should put it this way for the second player, because batting sixth and playing center field, Dick Billings. Thank you to the Rhodes Scholar for Dick Billings. And batting seventh and playing left, another Dick Smith in left field. Look at Dick Smith. Fortunately, he's playing a he's facing a left-hander. Look at him against right-handers. That's some freaking card. Batting eighth and catching, Paul Casanova. And pitching. And batting ninth, warming up in the bullpen with 21 wins, tied with his teammate Dave McNally, Dave no-hit McNally. It's the left-hander Mike Cuellar. I guess both Cuellar and McNally were southpaws. I guess Palmer's a right-hander. Going for game number 22, he won 23 in real world. And for the Baltimore Orioles, they're using pretty much their standard lineup. Weaver did that. He did platoon his catchers. And he had good people to play in those. And Kathy Harden has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, Kathy Harden has arrived. We're just about to introduce the Baltimore Orioles, and I know you're for Washington. I'm pretty sure you are. I could be wrong. For the Orioles, it'll be Don Buford leading off in left. And we are in, we are in Memorial in Baltimore. Batting second in center is Paul Blair. Batting third, Frank Robinson. In right, it's going to be Boog Powell, clean up at first. Brooks batting fifth at third. Davey batting sixth at second. It's Elrod catching today. Batting eighth, the shortstop Mark Belanger. Oh shit, I showed Cuellar for Washington. That's funny as heck. And of course, pitching is Mike Cuellar. Isn't that funny as heck? Back on the Washington, you should have known that it's Cisco Carlos. And Kathy, Cisco has a very chunky ERA. It is a doubleheader. We're going to give him a chance. And folks, just a couple minutes. We'll get started. I don't know if you have any questions, Kathy Harden, but by all means, you can give us a warm-up here or at the top of the first. And if you don't have questions, you just let me know. Let me know if you're able to go through the game. Let me know if you're able to go through the doubleheader. I can't if you can. Take real loosen up here. I like to read it, but we do allow. I mean, here it is now. This singer had 5 brilliant albums in the span of 5 years in the 70s. We'll read it again. You know, the question is, though, Kathy, what does brilliant mean? Are you talking about this guy? I mean, brilliant albums. How about EJ? Jesus Christ. I don't know what 5 brilliant albums in 5 years. It is too vague. It's too, you see, you got to be very specific in questions. When you say brilliant, what's brilliant to one person? He's from Detroit. Oh, of course. Oh, wait, he's maybe not, he's from Detroit. Was it Marvin? Was it Marvin? I think it's somebody else. It's too vague, Kathy Harden. Way too vague. If you said top 1 albums, you know, brilliant albums, there's a lot of people who had 5 brilliant albums. I got it finally. And he did. I guess it's Talking Book. I don't know, you know, Fulfillingness, First Finale, Inner Visions. I think, of course, his one of his double album masterpiece. I forgot the name of it. With Sir Duke. And I'm sure there's another album, but you know, I don't know which one. But I thought The Secret Life of Plants was amazing. Really, folks, the double album, The Secret Life of Plants, and Wonder is he's got to be in my top 10 of greatest modern day people. Songs in the Key of Life. There you go. Thank you. And that's a, you know, 2 album set, and has just some of the most, all in 5 years. Okay. And, you know, I'm glad you raised that question, Kathy, because, and you know, the fact that it was vague and difficult, it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is to acknowledge the talent of Stevie Wonder. You know, I hate to, you know, but I'd say top 10 of rock, pop, jazz artists. I'm, you know, or I'm even hesitant to put in the jazz people. Rock, pop. Top 10, easy, maybe top 5. The talent, and Mike Douglas once interviewed him, and he said, and I saw this on YouTube, how do you do it? And you know what Stevie said? It's a gift from God. And I'm agnostic. I really don't, you know, he was born with the potential, and he nurtured it. It is a talent that is so great. And I feel like listening to a Stevie Wonder song, but I wouldn't dare for copyright restrictions. I'm very careful on here. Very, very careful. He's got to be absolutely what, Kathy Harden? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. There's probably a delay in that text. Folks, I'm taking my sweet ass time today, because I took a hit, and I have dinner. It takes 45 minutes to heat up. And look, I have my problems, but God almighty, the day is so long. So friggin' long. The day is so long. I put Zappa in there too, by the way. Top 10, maybe top 5, because of the talent that he has in terms of the different things he can do, including neoclassical, experimental, jazz, pure modern commercial jazz. It's unbelievable. The talent of Frank Zappa. We should mention Beatles, if you will. I know that's a group, you know. If you want to break it up, go Lennon, McCartney. If you're biased and you're for the Beatles, you put Harrison in the top 10. I'm not sure. Certainly not the top 5. Maybe EJ. Early EJ, baby. Early EJ. I'm talking early. What was he talking about? Oh, that Guterman. This is Jeffrey Guterman, and I'm in Studio B here, and we are in Baltimore. Anyone know the song Baltimore by Randy Newman? It's amazing. Just an amazing freaking song. And Cisco Carlos takes the mound. This will be a doubleheader. The Orioles have already clinched, by the way. They have a 25-game lead. And Eddie Brinkman, steady Eddie, will lead it off. Whoops. Oh, Guterman, that's the weed. Cuellar takes the mound. Absolutely. We caught that. With Cisco Carlos coming out to pitch to his own hitter. No, that doesn't. Cisco, it does not work. You're off to a bad start, Cisco. Here's Cuellar now. He's ready. And the pitch to Brinkman. That's 1-8, left-handed, and he pops it up to second for Johnson, one down. Davey makes the catch. We're underway. Finally. Tim Cullen, and please participate in the great questions that come from Kathy Harden at the top of every inning. New Baltimore is a classic. Haunting! Oh, is it haunting? My sister Sally and my little brother Ray. It's about poor people who live in Baltimore. And the guy's dream of just getting the hell out of there. Get my sister Sally and my little brother Ray. He's so good. I don't know if you've heard Joel Horland, probably have, the song Marie, live with an orchestra by Randy Newman. I mean, the studio is great too, but Marie live, you got to see it if you haven't. And Marie is an amazing song. I'm a huge Randy Newman fan. You saw EJ at Dodger. Good for you. I saw EJ several times, and I saw him in '74, which was the year after his absolute peak. It was the Caribou Tour, but he was still at the peak. I like early EJ. You get me started on early EJ with Tumbleweed. Here's the pitch to Cullen now from Cuellar. That's going to be 1-5 left-handed, and that's a drive hit out to left, and Buford can't get to it. It drops in, rolls to the wall. Cullen at second, standing with a double. A one-out double. Oh, God, Jolie. Oh, yeah, it's on YouTube. It's on frickin' YouTube. You just go Marie Randy Newman, and you can even pick live if you want. It's queued up for you. And look at the more recent one. Look at Uncle Remus. There's different versions. Look at the one with Uncle Remus. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. There are so many different versions now. I just hope the one you watch is as good as, if not better than, the one I saw. Double by Cullen. And here comes the big man, Howard. Be appreciative of these questions developed, curated, and posted here by Kathy Harden. Trivia questions that just generate, look what she did with Wonder. Oh yeah, no, but there were so many versions, Joel, that's what I'm saying. I'm just stuck on the live version that I heard. Okay, big man Howard pounds himself into the batter's box. It's 1 out, Cullen on second. Here's the pitch to Howard. And they're gonna walk him. How do you like that? They're walking Howard. You know, it's an intuitive kind of thing when you try to be managing both times. Cuellar being very unlike Cuellar. In fact, I was a dumb thing to do. But I did it, it's done. And here's McMullen. Sorry about that, Kathy. Here's Cuellar. The pitch to McMullen, 6-6 right-handed, grounds to third, forcing big man. Cullen goes to third. Well, at least they didn't have to pitch to Howard. It's first and third, 2 outs. And we'll see if this works for Cuellar. First and third, 2 down, Brantalia. You have a almost completely right-handed lineup in here today against Mike Cuellar, the southpaw. We're in the top of the first. It's McMullen on first, Cullen on third. That's built into the replay. Weaver had a hunch, Joel Horland. Here's Brandt now. And that's 6-6 right-handed, and that's going to be a grounder to Brooks. And he throws it to John Powell, and Weaver had a hunch. The side is retired. Very interesting. Ha ha ha. That's a 6-6 right-handed. Not that I'm rooting for Baltimore, but I have to look out for both sides here, folks. Both sides now. After a half, it's Washington nothing, and Baltimore coming up. And the Senators take the field. Cisco Carlos on the mound. And here comes the Orioles starting lineup now. Don Buford's to lead it off. Switch hitter batting left. And that's outside for a ball to Buford. Cisco with a very juicy 5-point-something ERA. Got the start today. The pitch to Buford. That's going to be 2-9 right-handed, and that is a drive hit out for a double. So Buford opens up with a leadoff 2-bagger. And Paul Blair is the batter. This is the standard lineup for the Orioles. They occasionally someone's hurt. Powell is almost always in. Brooks is almost always in, but you know, occasionally Johnson, Belanger, even Buford and Blair were out, and they have some good backups to bring in. Cisco and the pitch to Blair. That's 2-6, right-handed base hit up the middle. This might score Buford. A 2-6 center field. Billings is a +2, oh my. Rhodes Scholar, he's a +2, 1-18. They let him score. And it's a 1-0 ball game. Dick Billings out there in center of all places. Dick Billings playing out there in center today. He only had 37 at bats, hit 135. Big Dick Billings. And how long did he play? Oh, he played some years. I remember him on Texas. I freaking remember him on Texas, sure. Sure I do. He didn't have the longest career in the world. This is his first or second year. I saw it, I forgot, I'm sorry. That's a scholar. That's a scholar provision. Okay, Paul Blair now, 1 in already. Blair on first, an A, 1 to 15, being held 1 to 13, and 1 to 11 with Casanova. And here's Cisco now, off to a rough start. Here's the pitch from Cisco. Whoa! Oh, Frank Robinson is up. And I'm going to have to do it. It's a bunt. Hey! Oh, we didn't mean to. They brought the infield in. He's an E. It's an 80. We'll go with it. Batter safe, runner on third, thrown out. Oh, wait a minute. Batter safe, leading runner thrown out. So it was an error by me, and that's also built into the game. We'll call it a force out. We're off to a very funky start here on the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. So now it's Frank on first, 1 out. They're not worried about it. Actually, it was an error. Maybe he could have bunted it by accident, but and they were bringing the infield in. He was in the so 1 out. Frank on first here, and here's Boog. The pitch to Boog. That's 5-5 left-handed. Hit well with power. Oh, and that is gone. A 2-run home run, and there's no diamond there. Booger Powell has hit a 2-run home run. It's 3-0 now, and I'm getting really short with Cisco here. Let's look at that again. That was 5-5 left-handed and home run. No diamonds. 1 to 8, and it's a frickin' 3. And he's got the power, it's gone. If you don't mind me entering that. While there is action in the bullpen. Do we make this a joke of a game? Rhodes Scholar, I think if I start bringing these guys in, Miles and Dukes, one of them is decent. I think it's Miles. I might bring him in. Whoo, Lord mighty God. That is home run number 36 for Booger Powell. Whoops. I forgot to write home run. I am really having a day here. Really having a day, and suddenly I'm freaked out. But it'll be all right. So it's a 3-0 ball game, and Cisco has 1 out, nobody on. Here's Brooks Robinson. There's action in the bullpen. Let me just see who's warming, if you don't mind, so I can get this over with and decide who is shitty and who is not. This guy is shitty. I might go with Jan Dukes. He pitched 11 innings this year. This might be his... Still alive. He was born in Wyoming. Whoa. Played 3 years. 3 years. Jan Dukes warming, and he, by the way, Jan is a left-hander. Jan Dukes warming. Woo! Here's Brooks now. 1 out, nobody on. Carlos, you know, I'm going to just pull you right out of here. You know that, folks? I'm not being my usual charming self. I'm going to pull the shit out of you if you don't settle down. Here's the pitch to Brooks. That's 2-6 right-handed, and that is a double down the frickin' line. And out comes Weaver. Williams. Out comes Williams. It's a 2-6 right-handed double. And that's going to be it for Cisco Carlos. Carlos pitched 1/3 of an inning. You may think I'm quick on that, but I am not going to sit around and watch. I'm just not in the mood today for that. Okay? To sit around and watch that shit. I'm just not going to freaking do it. Let me get my man here, Jan Dukes. I like to create screenshots of these folks. It's easier for me to use during the broadcast. Sometimes this stuff takes a bit of time, but it is going to be Jan Dukes coming in right now. Here comes Dukes from the bullpen. An early exit for Cisco Carlos, and he is the loser thus far. Jan Dukes making his way to the field. This is his first appearance in the major leagues. It's 3-0 Orioles. This is a team, I'm telling you, this Orioles team. Here's Dukes now, getting on the mound, taking his warm-ups, and when he's ready, it'll be Johnson, then Hendricks with 1 out. Brooks on second. And it looks like Dukes is ready. Dukes is ready. So here's Davy Johnson now. Dukes, a tall left-hander. And the pitch to Davy Johnson. Shit, hold on. What the fuck is going on here? Okay. That's 311 left-handed. He grounds it to first. For Howard, he takes it to the bag, and Robinson goes to third. So it's 2 outs. And here's Elrod now. Jan Duke's on the mound, his major league debut. The windup and the pitch. This will be lefty-lefty. The pitch to Hendricks. That's 3-5, and he struck him out. It was lefty-lefty, but Dukes does a very nice job getting the Senators out of this. There were 3 runs for the Orioles on 4 hits, 2 doubles, I think it was a 2-run home run, wasn't it? Maybe a 3-run home run for Big Boom Boom Pal. And it's 3-0 Orioles after 1. I am really having a slow day here. Whoa. Now wait for it. Wait for it from Kathy Harden, please. Here it is. Norton beat Ali in a 12-round split decision. What happened in the second round to Ali that affected him? Bonus, who gave Ali a custom-made robe? This was March 73. I didn't know that Norton beat Ali. He broke his jaw. Oh shit. I did not know that. And he still came back in 74 to beat, what was it? To beat Foreman and then Frazier. After all that, Joel gets it. He knew. He knew. The robe came from Elvis Presley? Holy cow. Oh. Oh, Lord Christ. Folks, I need to take a break. I'm having one of my moments. I'm really sorry. I'm doing this all night, unless I get a phone call later. I'll just keep this on, but right now I'm kind of freaked out. Just give me a few minutes. Oh, cap block is on. Yeah, just give me a minute here to settle in. Yeah. Oh. I'll tell you, there's a bit of a delay on YouTube today. I'm gonna go on this TV screen, go back and come back in. Here we go. There we go. Well, just a little slow. Top of the second here, folks. Sorry I was a little bit fucked up. Cuellar comes out for his second inning here. It's 3-0 Orioles after the 3-run inning on the home run by Boog Powell. And leading it off will be Dick Billings, brought by Rhodes Scholar, playing center field today. Yeah, I think this single Blair knocked in Buford. It was a 2-run home run on Billings' arm. Billings right-hander facing Cuellar, his major league debut at the plate. The pitch to Billings. That's going to be 4-5. And he struck him out. A very rude introduction to Major League Baseball for Dick Billings. Coming up now will be Dick Smith. Yeah, real guy. Dick Smith coming up. This is his major. No, I played him. I used him with a nameless player some games ago. Boy, his card looks sparse, but at least he's better against left-handers. Look at him against right-handers. Lord. Right-handed hitter Dick Smith playing left field. Here's Cuellar. And that's a 5-4 against the right-handed hitter. That might be an X. It feels like it. It's a catcher X against the right-handed hitter, and that will be Elrod 4-1. That's 17 for G2. E1, 6'11", 13, and it is a dribbler right in front, pounced on by Elrod. Just make sure here, because G3 is actually it's a little different, but it's the same difference. He's out. Ridiculous play. It is a 2-3 actually. It deflected off the mound. Big shit. I've seen too many of those. Now here's Casanova. It's 2 outs, nobody on. Tough start here for the Senators. Oh. Okay, here's Casanova now. The pitch from Cuellar. That's 310 left-handed, and it's a base hit to left for Paul Casanova. Lord. And that's going to bring up Jan Dukes, and they're going to let him hit, Kathy Harden. I don't know what you think about that. It is 2 outs. Jan Hooks looked pretty good. Jan Dukes, the youngster. He is a 1WL. Dukes. He's a 1WL. Duke steps in. I bet he didn't think he'd be hitting tonight. Casanova on first, 2 down. And the pitch to Dukes. That's going to be 1-5, and he struck him out. On 3 pitches. And the side is retired. It's no runs, 1 hit, no 1 left. We didn't forget to do a question, did we? Here's Jan Dukes now. Facing the Orioles, it'll be Belanger, Cuellar, then Buford. And Deb Upcroft has arrived. Dukes in his pitch 2/3 to get the Senators out of that. He came in with Robinson on second. Here's the pitch to Belanger from Dukes. That's left-handed, 111. And he pops it up foul territory to the side of third base, and McMullen gets under that. 1 out. Dukes has retired 3 birds in order in his major league debut. Here's Cuellar now. Oh my Lord, help me God. Jan Dukes, the windup and the pitch to Cuellar. That's 5-9 left-handed. Whoa, a grounder to second, and he's out. Beautiful play. Cullen made a nice play. A ground ball to second on a 5-9 left-handed. And Don Buford now is the batter. 2 outs, nobody on. Dukes should have started. Maybe Dukes should have started. The damage is done. 3-0 Orioles. Nothing against Cisco as a human being. Here's the pitch to Buford now. From Dukes. And that's 2-9. Left-handed. And it's a base hit for Buford. So Dukes allows his first hit in Major League history. Buford doubled in the first and scored. Followed by a base hit by Blair. Now Buford on. Take it slow. Not being held. 1-11. Buford on first with 2 outs. Blair at the plate now. Here's the pitch. That's 6-7 right-handed. And he grounds it to short. And that's Steady Eddie. Very steadily throws it over to Howard. And the side is retired. Oh my, the side is retired. No runs, one hit. One left. Dukes look good. It's 3-0 after 2, folks. Wait for it now. Please. Wait for it. Here it is. Some humor for you. If you dial 867-5309, who will you reach? Huh? Whoa. Joe Cool is the nickname of the NFL quarterback who went to Notre Dame and won a Super Bowl or 2. That's on Montana, okay. Whoa, this stuff's over my head, folks. Perota and Joel Horland. Mr. P, of course, gets the bells, but Horland got in there pretty damn quickly. Oh. Joel gets some bells too. Jenny, I got your number. Wow, I don't get that one, Kathy. But that stuff's way over my head. Folks, I need to take a break. I'm really sorry. This is going to be an extended break. Maybe. Kathy, you're free to answer. If you want to, I don't know if you want to waste all your questions at once, but you're free to. Post questions periodically. Oh, it's a song. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know the song, you see. So much I don't know. Thanks a lot, Kathy. I guess I'll take a pill. Well, at least the market's up, right? Oh, at least the market's up. God, the market is shooting up, folks, consistently now. Oh, God. Take it easy, Jeff. I think I'll be able to move to the be right back sign. Tough it out a little. This may seem very strange to some of you, but I have a dinner later, but I guess I'll eat later. I feel like Mike and Ike's. I feel like having some Mike and Ike's right now. That's tasty. Oh, that is so freaking tasty. Oh, Lord. Isn't that pathetic, folks, really, just to think about it for a second? A 65-year-old man who gets so anxious, worries while he's playing Strat-O-Matic, that he feels like he can't even play it. I dream up nightmares in my head, but I think I'm calming down. A few Mike and Ike's usually help. Oh. And it's nice of you all to hang out, even though some of you at least, even though I go through some bizarre shit, you know, and emotionally, and well, this is not a show. This is a real game, and I have to be able to play it. And you see a lot of stuff here, okay? You see a lot of stuff of what goes on with me and others. But because I'm broadcasting, you know, you see my problems. Oh, Lord help me. How do I do that to myself? I took a Klonopin, that might help. I didn't take one yesterday, so that's a good thing. Now tomorrow I'll set out not to take it, but I just don't want to suffer. I just don't want to suffer. I don't need to. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Guterman in Studio B. We'll let that guy stew in his juices. That guy, that's not me. That's not the real me. We'll let him stew in his juices. I'm getting back to the ball game. And it's going to be Cuellar coming out for his third inning. And it's top of the order, steady Eddie Brinkman leading it off. Oh, Lord. Okay, Cuellar. 6-7 right-handed. That's a grounder to second. Davy Johnson at 214. (13-2), it's G1. 6-10, 14-14. And he throws him out. So Brinkman is retired. And here's Tim Cullen, who doubled in the first. The pitch from Cuellar. That's 5-7 right-handed, and that's a fly to center for Blair. 2 down. And they'll pitch to Howard. With 2 outs, nobody on, even if they give up a home run, that's all right. But I doubt he will. Here's Cuellar. And the pitch to Big Man. And that's 5-7 again. And that was random. It's another fly to center for Blair, and the side is retired. It happens. And I'm not questioning that shit. If I have to just roll them a little better here in this hand to make sure, we will. Well, Jan Hooks takes the mound. He's pitched 1 and 2/3 in relief of Cisco Carlos. This is a rookie. And no runs, 1 hit, the single to Buford. It'll be Frank Robinson to lead it off. Bottom of the third, 3-0, Baltimore. Dukes and the pitch. That's 3-9 from a left-hander, and he walked him. Robinson is walked by Dukes. That's sometimes how the trouble starts. It was a 3-9, left-handed Dukes. A lot of walks there by Robinson. And here's Boom Boom, who hit the 2-run home run. This is lefty-lefty. Dukes from the stretch, and the pitch to Powell. And that is a 2-3 left-handed, and he walked Powell. So he has put the two sluggers, if you will, on base. Brooks Robinson will come up. Jan Dukes in a little bit of trouble here. Robinson doubled left on. That's when Dukes came in after the double, and then he got out of it. Here's the pitch to Robinson. That's a 4-4 right-handed catcher X. This shouldn't be too much of a problem. Casanova is a 2-2. Casanova is a 2-2, I said. That'll be 12-2. Looks like it's popped up. 6-11, 12-13. And oh shit. He pops out to Casanova. Well, for the first out. One away. Big out for Dukes. And here's Davy Johnson now. Powell on first, Robinson on second, one out. Dukes. That's 6-8, right-handed. Fly ball to center. And Billings is getting onto that, makes the catch. 2 down. No reason a rookie can't catch a fly ball. If he can catch a fly ball in the minors, I'm pretty much sure you can do it in the majors. 2 outs. It was a 6-8, right-handed. And here comes Elrod now. 2 outs now, first and second. Duke's first endurance. This is his endurance inning, in fact. Let me just check. That's 1 inning, and that's 2 innings. He's in his 3rd inning right here. That's going to be 1 inning. And here we are in a fresh inning. He's lucky. Here's Elrod now with 2 outs. Dukes and the pitch. That'll be 5-6 left-handed. And it's tapped to first. Big man Howard. Oh, moving the earth. Picks it up and takes it to the bag. It was a 5-6 Elrod left-handed. And I am very impressed with Jan Dukes thus far. The side is retired. You wait for it now. Wait for it, please. Please wait. The best is always worth waiting for. 3-0 Orioles after 3. Here it is. Johnny Fever was the daytime DJ at WKRP. Who was the night DJ? Whoa. You know, I didn't know it well enough. Road Scholar says Venus flytrap. Oh yeah, was that the black dude? Or was it the white dude wearing the plaid jacket or something? God, RS gets it. Is Venus flytrap. Thank you, Rhodes Scholar. That was a good one. Lord help me. Lord God frickin' help me. We've gone 3. It's 3-0. Cuellar retired the side in order in the third. I'm just feeling pretty bad about the Senators in this game because I don't know. I guess Dukes could impress the shit out of us all. Here's McMullen to lead it off here. McMullen steps in the batter's box. Okay, Cuellar now facing McMullen. Top of the fourth. Here's the pitch. And that is a 6-7 right-handed. Grounds it to second X. That's for Johnson, 214. That's a 15-2. G1 14. 14-10. And he's going to throw him out. McMullen is retired, I tell you. Cuellar throwing shutout baseball. Here's Brantalia now. The pitch to Aaliyah. We're sorry if you had a little interruption there. That I got a spam call. It was a 111 left-handed. And that turns out to be a liner to Belanger. Just got it. 2 outs. And here's Dick Billings again. Billings struck out in his first major league appearance. Billings steps in now. Here's Cuellar. And the pitch to Billings. That is 1-5 against the left-hander, and he struck him out again. That's the third for Cuellar. That's the second in 2 at-bats for Billings. It's a 1-2-3, and we're heading to the bottom of the fourth. It's 3-0 Orioles. Belanger to lead it off here. It's going to be Jan Dukes again. He's pitched 2 2/3 scoreless innings. Allowed 1 hit. He walked 2 and struck out 1 in his major league debut. Dukes the left-hander. And the pitch to Belanger. That's 6-10. Against the right-hander, that'll be a ground ball short X. That's going to be for Steady Edward. He's a 2-1. .221, I'm sorry. Uh-oh, 1-2 S1. That's going to be a base hit. And it's a 6-12-15-21. Oh, and he boots it. It's an S1, E1. He'll get an error on that also. A rare error, but he you know, they get them. They wouldn't be in there in the ratings like that if they didn't get him. And Eddie, an error by not so steady Eddie. A single and an error Belanger on second. Nobody out, and here's Cuellar now. He's an A bunter. Here's the pitch to Cuellar. And he lays it down. The infield is in. He's a B now. Here's an A bunter. You ignore that here. That shit. A bunter. He's a B. It's a 7, and it's a beauty. It's hit to first. And big man Howard has no choice but to take it to the bag. That'll put Belanger on third with 1 out. And here's Buford. Jan Dukes in trouble again. Belanger on third, 1 down. Buford switch hitter batting right. And the pitch from Dukes. That's 6-3 against the right-hander. It's a fly ball left. Oh, my Lord, that's for Smith. He's a 425. Oh, Lord. 425. That's a 6-4. It's it's an S2. This is getting old here. Smith's an E25, 6'8", 10. And it will be just a base hit advance 2, yeah. And that will score Belanger, of course. He is on he was on third. We won't make that an unearned run or anything like that. And Dukes has allowed his first run. 1-2. That's considered an out. So he's still refreshed. He's now got to keep track of it that way. His action, though, warming is Humphreys. He's a carded player. Right-hander Humphreys, very good. Pitched in this game in real world. And here comes Blair. It's Buford on first with 1 out. Buford is not being held. It's 1-11. Here's Blair. The pitch to Blair. That's 4-8, right-handed. Oh, it's a base hit. Oh. Buford goes to third. One more hitter walk. He is fatigued. We will let him face Frank Robinson. Possibly do up next inning. Anything else we'll pull him. A base hit with 2 asteroids. It was a 4-8 against the right-hander. And here comes Frank Robinson now. First and third, 1 out, infield back for Frank. Here's Dukes. And the pitch to Robinson. That's 6-7. Oh, it's a ground ball short. Scooped up by Steady. Throws it to Cullen and over to Howard for the double play. The inning-ending double play. I'm quite impressed. He did allow a run, but it was a 6-7 shortstop double play with 1 out to end the inning. Buford is stranded at third. And that's a lot of composure for a young Jan Dukes. There was one run, and that's the first run he has allowed in 3 2/3 innings. And he's still with now listen for it, everybody. Here it is. Here it is from Kathy Harden. Jan Hammer composed music for this 1980s detective series on the TV set in Florida. It's gotta be. Jan Hammer composed music for this 80s detective series on the TV set in Florida. And I got it. Yeah, I remember that show. I remember what life was like then. I was in my master's program. I remember that show. T.J. Hooker was also a show then. I liked that one. And I liked the show with Heather Locklear, a police show. Boy, I hate to gossip, but what's happened to her is, if you've read about it, so it's still a 4-0 ball game, and we're going to be heading to the top of the 5th. Another great question from Kathy. I'm going to just relax here for a couple minutes, and I hope, if you like, that you'll join me. Whatever it is. Whatever the fear is, I'll deal with it. Whatever the problem is, I'll deal with it. YouTube, Jeffrey Guterman. Wow. That's pretty cool, Joel. That is pretty freaking cool. Oh, I'm going to take a walk outside. I'll be back. Nice leisurely ball game. Nice leisurely game. Excuse me. Let me have a big chug of water. Maybe that'll help. I'll have to get more water. I have enough now. Oh. 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 I don't think we're up for a question here. I think you already did it, and I've been putting off. Unless you do, Kathy. Here's Cuellar to start the top of the fifth. It's 4-0 Orioles, a typical Oriole game. Dukes, though, has been very impressive in 3 2/3 scoreless innings. And leading it off will be Dick Smith. Dick Smith leading it off here. And we'll let him go one more time, but we'll pinch hit for him later. We do that with these people like this when they're in the lineup. He is a right-handed hitter. And here's Cuellar now. That's 4-6 against the left-hander, and he walked him. All right, Dick Smith gets on. Impressive. And here comes Paul Casanova. Bottom of the order here. Top of the fifth, and the Senators trail 4-0. Here's Cuellar and the pitch to Casanova. That's 6-9 right-handed, and he grounds it to short to Belanger. Over to Johnson and then to Powell for the double play. So that's smarts. Brinkman started his own double play last in the bottom of the fourth. It's 2 outs, nobody on. And they're going to have him hit. Jan Dukes is going to hit. With 2 outs, I'm going to let him hit again. I just, you know. Just in that kind of mood. Here's the pitch from Cuellar. It's 1-6, and he struck him out. And that's the fourth, and that's the side. No runs, no hits, a walk, a double play, and none left on. It's going to be Dukes again. Coming out. Jan Dukes. I guess his card is good. I think he had a good ERA, and lefties can't touch him on his card. And it's going to be Boog Powell to lead it off. Powell had the 2-run homer in the first. Dukes. And the pitch 4-3 grounds it to short. Brinkman has it, and it's 1 down. Powell is retired. It was a 4-3 left-handed, and that's it, as far as I'm concerned. And here comes Brooks. 1 for 2 with a double. The pitch to Brooks. That's 2-9 against the left-hander, and he grounds it to second, 2 outs. Folks, I'm going to do something. I'm going to suspend this broadcast after this half inning because I think I need to lie down. And, you know, it's the good and the bad. I trust it might be a little bit of a surprise to you when you first hear that, but I think you're getting used to it, I think. So it's 2 outs, and Johnson at the plate, and the pitch from Dukes. That's 6-10 against the right-hander. Grounds it to short, Brinkman again. He's a 221. Boy, Dukes has been good. 221, that's 5-2. G3. No one on. 6-8-9. He's a 21. And he throws him out. And it's look at that, 1-2-3 inning for Jan Dukes. We've gone 5 innings. It's 4-0 Baltimore. I hope you all understand. I have to rethink how I do this, but I'm going to take a break, and if I know I am able, and not before, I will schedule a broadcast maybe for later this evening when I'm calmed down, I've eaten something, maybe I'll speak to my son, and hopefully I'll be doing better at that time. Stay strong, everybody. Stay well, and thank you in advance for your understanding. Thank you, Rhodes Scholar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kathy Harden. And this has been a broadcast of the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. I'm Jeffrey Guterman in Studio B, living my real life, a chronically depressed and anxious human being at age 65, and just trying to cope. And I do Strat-O-Matic. Usually I'm better frame of mind. I'm better in the morning with coffee. Sometimes when I take hits, I am a little bit off. I sure am enjoying Jan Dukes, who is making his major league debut for the Washington Senators, although he's allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. I don't know, I find him to be handling himself pretty well. I got it all set up right here. So, got a nice little organized bundle. And we'll just put it over here for safekeeping. It's all neat. And hopefully I'll catch you later this evening, maybe. Take care. Greetings, everybody. Jeffrey Guterman with the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network, and we are back. Had a little problem yesterday and had to discontinue this doubleheader, but there's still plenty of baseball to play. I'm doing much better. Doing much better now. And I want to welcome you all to the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network for this doubleheader. And Kathy Harden, early bird special. Thank you so much, Kathy. Yeah, you know, I really mentioned that. But, you know, my son was good enough to call me right after work. He's such a good guy. Such a good son. You know that? He's such a good son. I'm so lucky. And we love each other so much. And the coffee is ready. I'm going to just sit here for a few minutes and have a leisurely cup of coffee before we get back to resume this ball game. Greetings, everybody. Jeffrey Guterman. We have a double header here. And we're in the first game. Cisco Carlos started for the Senators and Mike Cuellar for the Orioles. It is a 4-0 ball game, I understand that, but now wait a minute, Kathy, let me see if I understand that. I miss chatting during games with you. I'm trying to streamline questions to try to do that. I don't understand what that means, Kathy. Does that mean that the questions take up so much time that you're unable to chat? Do non-question related chat? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, yes. And you can do it any way you want. The other way you want to do it, if you want to, these are just ideas. You could do a question every odd inning. In other words, the first, third, fifth, seventh, and ninth. You know, I mean, you can really, because that's a lot of work also to develop, curate. You know what I mean? You might want to try that once. At least try it. If you really miss, I didn't realize that you are unable to chat as freely as you used to because you're consumed with the curating the questions. In other words, are you looking for the questions during the game? You know. And if you ever want to take a game off with questions, you know, and not do questions, that's okay also. Anything is okay with me as far as you go, Kathy Harden. Anything is okay. Well, folks, it is a 4-0 ball game. It's the first of a doubleheader. The date is always important, September 9 in our 1969 replay. Cisco Carlos got hit pretty hard in the first inning, and he was taken right out, and Jan Dukes made his major league debut, and he's pitching very good ball. 4 2/3 innings of scoreless innings. Look at that, Jan Dukes. Oh, that's good coffee. Oh, Lord. That is good coffee. Yeah. Okay, you try every other inning. Maybe try that today. You want to try that today? And we have a 6:45 start, technically. So I hope that's okay with everybody. I'm going to just enjoy my coffee here. Oh, I'm not going to go over the lineups. We've done that. Oh, that is good coffee. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, that is such good coffee. And just to let you all know, our next game, and who knows when that'll be. I mean, this is a double header, so... Next game is another snoozer, if you will. It's Minnesota at California. Then we have the Giants at the Reds. Red Sox at Cleveland. The Yankees are at Detroit. San Diego at Houston. Pittsburgh at Montreal. The Cubs are at the Mets. KC at Oakland, and then St. Louis at Philly. That's all on September 9th, people. Oh, that is such good coffee. Wow. Today, in addition to keeping an eye on things in general, just to make sure everything's in order in my life, I plan to play Strat-O-Matic and use coffee in the morning. I'm prepared to do 2 cups for this double header. 2 pots, I mean. And then we'll see what happens in the afternoon. It's always a question because I sort of get a little bit out there after it's a little bit difficult for me once I ingest my cannabis. I also plan to not take a Klonopin I've been taking it almost every day for the past, I don't know, past 10 days or so, past 2 weeks. And it's okay, but be better to try to get away from that. And it doesn't even help me that much anymore. Helps me a tad. Oh, that is good coffee. Wow. We have 6:34 p.m. here, folks. U.S. Eastern Time. Oh, that is. And it's great to be alive. You know, it's. This will be the one life I have, and I'm glad I have it. The big story is Jan Dukes, I think, even though they're losing, the rookie. Jan Dukes came in for Carlos, and he's pitched very good baseball. He's allowed only one run in 4 2/3 innings. Let me read you a little bit about him. He was a left-handed pitcher who pitched in 16 games for the Senators and the Rangers. Between 1969 and 1972, he was exclusively a reliever. He was highly touted at Santa Clara College, where he remains a fixture in the school's baseball record book. The Senators thought enough to draft him in the first round of the '67 supplementary draft. Arm troubles dating back to his college days severely shortened his professional career. He was born in Wyoming. As a child, he relocated to California. Dukes and former future Baltimore Orioles and Royals pitcher Wally Bunker met up in one of the greatest pitching matchups in California history. Mills High School. Oh, this was high school. High school. Mills defeated Bunker's team 1-0 in 15. Bunker, the hard luck loser, struck out 23 in that game. Duke struck out 19 in 12 innings. The Orioles drafted him in '66 in the 5th round, but he chose to return to his senior year at Santa Clara. In 1967, the Senators selected him 8th overall in the first round of the draft. He signed with the Senators in May, finished his college degree. He made his major league debut on September 6th, so that's in real world, but in our replay it's September 9, and this was in 1969. He made his final major league appearance in 1972, and this is from Sabre, people, that I'm reading. He was finally released. After leaving baseball, he went back to the Bay Area and had a successful career in business. He was married, he had 2 sons. And according to this, Dukes is still alive. You just give me a heads up, Kathy Harden, in the text whenever you're ready with a question. Or just pop it in. Whenever you want. I'm always looking at the text. Just about. Folks, we're about 5 minutes away from game time. The Orioles were in Baltimore Memorial. They lead it 4-0. And we're looking forward to this ball game, and then we're looking forward to going right into game 2, and it will be Coleman for the Senators and Phoebus for the Orioles in game 2. And listen for it, everybody. Wait for it. Here's one from Kathy Harden. A warm-up, if you will. Or this could be the top of the 5th, top of the 6th. This could be the top of the 6th. Wait for it, everybody. Do you save these in a file? In other words, you're not looking these up during the game, are you? Just asking. I have my keyboard ready. I like to answer it, but to give myself a little handicap, I wait till I read it before I will answer it. And we encourage others to wait until I finish reading it to do the same. However, you're free to break that rule. Wait for it now, everybody. Here it is. It's football, if that's okay. Yeah, absolutely, it's okay. What 2 teams are tied with most Super Bowl wins? 6 each. I think I know the first one. I don't know the second one. Two teams have the most Super Bowl wins, 6 each. God, that's tough. You know, I really don't have a clue. I just don't have a clue, Kathy Harden. Anybody else out there want to guess the second one? Sure. We'll take the answer. I know it's going to kill me when I find out. I was going to say the Steelers. That was a quick, immediate thought, but then I said no. So there it is, folks. Good question. Who are you for Sunday, Kathy? KC or San Francisco? Me too. Me too. You know, it's part of me is I just want to deflate the, I'm not a fan of San Francisco. That team does not interest me much at all, but I just want to deflate a little bit the KC and all the shit that's going on around that. And the Orioles take the field. And Cuellar. Let's not forget Cuellar. We're talking about Jan Dukes, but Cuellar is throwing shutout baseball. He's allowed only 2 hits. He's walked 2. One of them was intentionally. That was Howard in the first. Cuellar taking his warm-ups. I want to deflate that Tammy Wynette thing going on. Or a Taylor Swift thing going on. Just deflate that a little bit. It's been enough. And I want to see San Francisco to get off to a quick lead in the first quarter. And here's Eddie Brinkman to lead it off. Brinkman 0 for 2. Cuellar on the mound. Cuellar going for win number 22 today. Cuellar is ready. Here's the wind-up, steady Eddie. And the pitch to Brinkman. And remember, I'm going to be looking to you for the that you have a question, or I'll just be looking for your questions. I pause between innings anyway. I don't know if you're going every yard or whatever. It's a 6-4 right-handed. It's going to be a ground ball to short. That's for Belanger. And that's going to be a 6-2, and he's at 26. G2, 6, 10, 13, 26. And he throws him out, and Brinkman is 0 for 3. 1 out. And here's Tim Cullen. Now, he doubled in the first and was left on. Cullen is 1 for 2. We're glad to have you here on the Strat-O-Matic Sports. You'll do 2 more for this game. Sounds great. Sounds great, yeah. And you know, sometimes when there's I hope you have these preset that you're not searching for them during the game, but you could, but in any case, I will give a pause of about at least about a minute to wait to see if you ever have one. I like to take breaks after the innings anyway, and we'll just see if you pop one in. Here's Cuellar now, facing Cullen. You enjoy the game, Kathy. Here's Cuellar now, and the pitch to Cullen. And that's 3-6 left-handed. He pops it up to second for Johnson. Davy Johnson makes the catch, hits 2 away. Oh, you have them preset, okay, yeah. So you give me an idea of when you can either let me know now what the top of what inning or when you're gonna do it, or you can just surprise us. I'm glad that you have them preset, because that would really take away from you enjoying the ball game and participating in the ball game. Here's big man Frank Howard. 2 outs, nobody on. It's 4-0 Orioles. First of a doubleheader. Howard was walked intentionally in the first, flew to center in the second. Cuellar, and the pitch to Howard. And that's 5-2 right-handed. Whoa, it's an end home run ballpark effect. And it's a 1-8. Oh my Lord. And again, Baltimore, I think Baltimore, I don't know how Baltimore is. He's right-handed, Howard, big man. Baltimore, and it is gone. A solo home run by Frank Howard, just barely 1-7 against the right-hander in Baltimore. And that is gone. Whoa, Frank Howard on a 5-2. Look at that. It was it doesn't matter what that is, but it is gone. Big man Frank Howard with home run number 49. Rumble in the stands. He had 48 in real world. That's a big one. And if you don't mind, give me a moment. I'd like to put this in the books, as I always do. Big man Howard, I can write it now, but I double check and I have to enter it. Big man Howard unleashing. I'll tell you, off Cuellar. And that was off Cuellar's card, a ballpark effect. He's now only 2 behind Hot Dog Jackson now. Wouldn't that be something? He ended up leading. I think he led the American. Oh no, it was Killebrew with 49 in real world. Big man Howard. It's official, home run number 49. And boy, that was a long shot. And that was some earth-shaking trot he made around the bases. He's a big man, folks. He's so big that he has his own zip code. He's so big. I'm just... So it is a 4-1 ball game after the home run by Howard. And here comes the McMullen. You always have that risk when you pitch to him, but Cuellar decided, go ahead, sure. We're leading 4-0. It's now 4-1. Here's Ken McMullen. And the pitch from Cuellar. And that's 1-4 left-handed. He flies it to left for Buford. and he makes the catch, and the side is retired. But the Senators score 1 run on the 49th home run of the year by big man Frank Howard. We're in the middle of the 6th. It's 4-1 Baltimore, and Jan Dukes takes the mound thanks to Rhodes Scholar. Dukes will face the bottom third of this Orioles lineup. It'll be Elrod Hendricks leading it off. Elrod steps into the batter's box. Dukes is ready. Here's the windup and the pitch. He's a left-hander, Dukes. And the pitch to Elrod, that's 4-4. And that's going to be a catcher X. That'll be for Casanova. 2-2. 10-2. PF 5-10-13-2. He's going to make it, whatever it is. PF. It is a pop-up in foul territory for Casanova, and he makes the catch. 1 out. I'll tell you, this Jan Dukes is really pitching good baseball. In his major league debut. Jeffrey Guterman, U2, Washington. Oh, shit. Jeffrey Guterman, Washington. I like to have it on the big screen so I can make sure that my broadcast is straight. There we go. That way, when I'm looking at Dukes over here, I can also see that we're nice and steady over here. Here's Belanger now, facing Dukes. That's much better. 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the 6th. The pitch to Belanger. That's 3-6, left-handed, fly ball center for Billings, 2 outs. Dukes just keeps on going. And here's Cuellar. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. It's 4-1 now, Baltimore, with the rookie Jan Dukes. On the mound. This will be lefty-lefty. Cuellar, left-handed hitter. And the pitch from Dukes. That's going to be 110, and he struck him out, and it's a 1-2-3, and Dukes has retired 7 in order. My goodness. And that is the second strikeout for Jan Dukes. Whatever you say, it's a great outing for the rookie in his major league debut. Within our replay, we've gone 6, and it is a 4-1 ball game. And you just take your sweet time, Kathy, because and spread them out if you like. We have a doubleheader here, so. Good morning, Rhodes Scholar has arrived. Oh, here's question 2, folks. Wait for it now. Yeah, you just pop them in whenever you want. You don't have to let me know. Only athlete to play in both a World Series and a Super Bowl. Oh, he's got to have it. I'm gonna yield. Deion Sanders from Rhodes Scholar. I think the Scholar probably got it, and that is some accomplishment. And RS gets it. Good morning. Did they win? That's the question I have. Does Deion Sanders have 2 rings? A World Series and a Super Bowl ring? Probably not. Oh, that's a super question. That is a super duper question. I have top chat as default. I was wondering if I could make it live chat as default, but I've moved it to live chat. Great question, Kathy. That really was. Well, we're heading to the top of the 7th, folks. Rhodes Scholar, you sent me Jan Dukes. He came in to relieve Cisco Carlos in the 1st. And he's gone on to pitch 6 2/3 innings. He's allowed only 1 run on 4 hits. Next, no problem, Kathy Harden. Sit back and enjoy the game. Sit back and enjoy. We're almost in the 9th. Here's Cuellar now. His shutout was broken up on a boom-boom home run by big man Howard. It's going to be Brandt Lee to lead it off. Here's Cuellar now. The pitch to Aaliyah. That is a 5-12 left-handed. Walked him. So Aaliyah is on. Cuellar's first endurance is the 9th. You caught a bit of Dukes. Good student. He was a good student. What do you mean you caught him, Rhodes Scholar? I don't know what's getting on with me. Having trouble deciphering figures of speech, like I caught a bit of Dukes. You mean you catched him in this game? Okay, Aaliyah's on first. Here's Billings now. There is action. Oh, shit. You know what? Dukes has reached fatigue. He reached fatigue in the fourth, and I didn't do anything about it. And I don't remember any dots. Oh yeah. So we're gonna probably, we hope we can pinch hit for him this inning. No biggie. Here comes Big Dick Billings now. He has struck out twice. Here's Cuellar. And the pitch to Billings. That's 1-7, and it's a double play. Hit back to Cuellar, to Johnson, to Powell. And it's 2 outs. And now Dick Smith is the batter. We let them bat up to about three times. You know, these people who have real bad cards, until we take them out. It's probably going to be I'll probably bring some people out into the outfield if I can find better people out there. Here's Cuellar now with 2 outs, no one on, and that's 3-3 against the against the left-hander, and he grounds it back to Cuellar, and the side is retired. So it's no runs, a walk, and none left. It's the 7th inning stretch, and there are going to be some substitutions here for both Billings and Smith. I don't know why Unser is not playing. I really don't. I don't know if he's hurt, but I'm just going to bring him in. What the hell? You know? So Unser will come in to play center field for Billings, and Ed Stroud will play left field for Dick Smith. And we're going to have Jan Dukes pitch. He has fatigue, but we're just going to let him hit here. Because he's pitched so well. I rarely do this, folks. Humphreys is available. In fact, I'm gonna finish it up with Dukes. I know he's up due next, but I'll close Dukes out now. It's enough. He pitched 5 2/3. He allowed 4 hits. He really pitched well. He walked 2, struck out 2, and allowed only 1 run. And it will be Humphreys. And I have Baldwin for later. I am going to pass on Miles. His card is for the Birds. Humphreys has been warming. So Bob Humphreys comes in taking his warm-ups. What a performance by Jan Dukes. But he had arm trouble. That was the problem. And his arm trouble went back to college days or high school days. I'm not sure. Get some coffee here. Let's get some fresh coffee here. Okay, Humphreys is ready. He is a right-hander. And he'll face the top of the order, Buford. It's 4-1 Orioles. Buford is 3 for 3. A double and 2 singles. Here's Humphreys now. The windup and the pitch to Buford. That's 3-5 against the right-hander. And that is a base hit for Buford. 4 for 4 today. My goodness. He's not being held either. 1 to 10, 1 to 11 with Casanova. Here's Paul Blair. It's a 4-1 game. Oh, that is good coffee. Wow. Oh, Lord help me. Okay, Humphreys from the stretch. Here's the pitch to Blair. That's going to be 3-8 right-handed. Struck him out. That's 1 down. For Frank Robinson. Orioles have already clinched the division. They have 22 games left in this season. And they're just trying to stay in the groove for when they inevitably play the Minnesota Twins in the playoffs. We're getting closer, folks. Here's Frank Robinson now. Buford on first, being held, 1 out. The pitch from Humphreys. That's going to be 3-5 right-handed. It's a base hit by Robinson. Buford rounds second and goes to third. So the Orioles have first and third with 1 out. And Humphreys in trouble here. And here comes Powell. He had the first inning home run. It was a 2-run shot. His 36th of the year. The infielder's back. Here's Humphreys now. And that's a 5-12 left-handed, grounds to first X. That'll be for big man Howard. 430. Whoa. Let's see how he handles this. 430, 15-4. That's going to be a G2. Let's see if he boots it or not. 5-10-13. Oh, he does. It's a G2E1 booted by the big man. And runners advance 2 bases. So it's an error for the big man Howard. And Buford scores. No run batted in on that. First error for the Orioles. Oh, shit. I was looking at the wrong. Isn't that silly? It's so early in the morning. Oh, no, it was Howard. Yeah. I looked at Powell and I confused the two of them. They're such, both pretty big men. Oh, Lord Christ. It's early. So it's actually Robinson went to third. They advanced twice on that. 2 bases. That's an error by me. Just getting here. It's early, folks. We're just getting the coffee juices rolling. So it's first and third again here with 1 out. And here's Brooks Robinson. Oh. Okay, here's Humphreys now. And the pitch to Brooks. That's 5-3 right-handed. Fly ball right X. That'll be for Aaliyah, who's still in the game. He's a 418. This could be big trouble. 12-4. It's an F1. Let's see if he gets it. There might be a tag here. E18, 3-5-6. Oh shit, he boots it. Oh my. Oh my. He boots it. It's an F1 E1. And everything's falling apart here for the Senators. An error by Brant Aaliyah. 2 errors. Robinson comes home. That's unearned. Second error for Washington now. Both in this inning. That's the 3rd error, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's no errors here for Baltimore. Just having a little bit of early morning fog, folks. We'll be fine. 3 errors for the Senators today. And Humphreys in some bad luck here. 1st and 2nd. It was an E1. So it's 1st and 2nd, still only 1 out, and Davy Johnson coming up. And two runs in, makes it a 6-1 ball game. Here's Humphreys now. Johnson 0 for 3 today, and the pitch. That's 3-6 right-handed. He flies it to left, and under it is we're just trying to get our Ed Stroud, who is in now for Smith, and that's 2 outs. It's a B, but no one on third, 2 down now. And here's Elrod Hendricks. Hendricks 0 for 3. He was facing left-hander Ryan, Jan Dukes, I'm sorry. And that was a disadvantage to Elrod to some degree. But now he's facing a right-hander, Bob Humphreys, with 2 outs, 1st and 2nd. Here's Humphreys and the pitch. That's going to be 5-8, left-handed, fly ball right field. And again, that's going to be for Ed Stroud, who makes the catch. And the side is retired, but 2 more runs, one of them unearned. And that'll be it for Humphreys, by the way, because there's going to be a pinch hitter. Kind of tough inning for Humphreys. Dave Baldwin pitched in this game in real world. I'll use Miles some other time. Thank you. Dave Baldwin, the right-hander, is warming. And he would be the 4th pitcher for Washington. Here's Cuellar now. He's allowed 1 run in 7 innings. There was a home run by Howard. And Casanova is the batter. There will be a hitter for Humphreys. Top of the 8th, 6-1 Orioles. Here's Cuellar. And the pitch to Casanova. 6-6. Grounds it to third for Robinson. Brooks Robinson throws it to Powell, 1 out. Let's see who's hitting here for Humphreys. Again, Dave Baldwin warming up, ready to come in and pitch the bottom of the 8th. It's going to be Hank Allen, a right-handed hitter. Could have used Epstein, but I'm not sure Ted Williams would do that against the lefty. Epstein plays in the second game, by the way, with a right-hander starting for Washington, Coleman. Here's Cuellar now facing Hank Allen with 1 out, nobody on. The windup and the pitch to Hank. And that is a 6-9 right-handed, and he grounds it to Belanger at short. And he throws it to Powell. It's 2 away. It's a very Baltimore Oriole ball game. They lead it 6-1. And here's Eddie Brinkman now. Cuellar's first endurance not until the 9th. Wow. Steady Eddie, 0 for 3. And an error today. Not so steady, Kathy. He's allowed to have an off game, right? Here's Cuellar. And the pitch to Brinkman. That's 6-3 right-handed. It's going to be a fly to left X. That's going to be for Ed Stroud. Ed Stroud. Oh, I'm sorry. What am I thinking? That's for Buford, 2-5. I'm having a weird morning. Buford, 2-5. That's a 9-2. F2. Buford, E5. 5, 6, 7, 8. And he makes the catch, and the side is retired. So it's a 1-2-3 for Cuellar. He's been so tough today. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th, and it is a 6-1 ball game. Dave Baldwin is the new pitcher. He'll be the 4th pitcher today. Baldwin comes out taking his warm-ups now. Baldwin is ready. It's going to be Belanger to lead it off. Belanger 1 for 3. Baldwin is ready. Here's the windup and the pitch to Belanger. That's 3-4, and he flies it to right field. And that's going to be for Ed Stroud again. Oh, I'm sorry, Aaliyah making the catch, 1 out. Here's Cuellar. Cuellar gets a good hand from the crowd. 0 for 2, had a sacrifice bunt to set up a run. Baldwin gets the sign from Casanova. And the pitch to Cuellar. That's 4-10, left-handed, fly ball to right. He's got endurance, and that's 2 outs. 2 fly balls to Aaliyah out and right on a 4-10. And here's Buford. 4 for 4 today, Don Buford. Switch hitter. He'll bat left here against Baldwin. So nice to have a second game set up here in the morning. When we picked this game up somewhere in the top of the fifth, I believe, after it was interrupted yesterday. Here's Baldwin, the windup, and the pitch to Buford. That is a 1-3 right-handed, chops it to first. And whoa, big man Howard takes it. He'll throw to Baldwin covering the bag. And that is a 1-2-3 inning. And it's 6-1 through 8 here in Baltimore. Now wait for it, folks. Kathy Harden now, I believe. Wait for it. Bob Denver was in a sitcom in the late 50s, early 60s. His character name was Maynard G. Krebs. Oh, Rhodes Scholar's too quick for me. And I probably misspelled it anyway. And Rhodes Scholar gets it again. Rhodes Scholar gets it again. What is it? Something like the life of Dobie Gillis or something like that. And who was Dobie Gillis? Because it's not the Denver character, right? We'll take a break for about 3 minutes. And we come back. It's going to be the top of the ninth with the Senators down by 5. But it will be the heart of the order, Cullen, Howard, and McMullen facing Cuellar. I'm Jeffrey Guterman, and this is the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. I'll tell you, it's Jeffrey Gooderman. I'm back. I stepped outside. It is so lovely outside. Here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the home of Studio B, where we broadcast the 1969 replay. It is so lovely, the weather. It's like windbreaker weather or light jacket weather, at least for us Floridians. We're going to head to the top of the ninth. It's going to be Mike Cuellar to get the complete game win, his 22nd of the year. It is 6-1 ball game. And we're back in Studio B here on a beautiful Thursday morning. I'm doing very, very well for me. Calm, relaxed, kind of in the here and now, enjoying the ball game. Yeah, Kathy Harden, absolutely. It's going to be Cullen, Howard, and McMullen. Senators down by 5. Here's Tim Cullen. He's 1 for 3. Doubled in the first, left on. Here's Cuellar now. And we won't have a terribly long break between. Just a little time for me to set up the lineups, make some coffee. Here's Cuellar now. The pitch to Cullen. This is Cuellar's first endurance inning. 5-7, he flies it to center, and Blair is under it. 1 out. And you can hear it. If you hear the earth shaking, it's Frank Howard stepping up to the plate. He scored the only run today for the Senators. It was a solo home run, his 49th of the year off Cuellar. Big man Howard steps in the plate. Here's Cuellar. He's now only 2 behind Jackson. The windup and the pitch from Cuellar. That is 6-10 right-handed. It's a fly to right, deep but playable by Frank Robinson, and that's 2 away. So he got a good piece of it, but not far enough. You know how many of those there are in baseball? Long flies, just a little bit more and it would have went, huh? Here's Ken McMullen. Cuellar 1 out away from his 22nd victory of the season. And this would make him the leader in the American League. He's tied with his teammate McNally, another left-hander, with 21. Palmer has 16. Orioles already have 2 20-game winners. 2 outs, nobody on, top of the ninth. Cuellar. The windup and the pitch to McMullen. And that is a 5-5 right-handed. He walked him. Just missed. And McMullen is on first with 2 outs. And Brant Aaliyah is the batter. Okay, Cuellar from the stretch. Aaliyah 0 for 2, and he walked. Ed Stroud on deck. Del Unser on deck. He may not even get a chance to hit as he replaced Billings. Here's Cuellar and the pitch to Aaliyah. 6-8 right-handed. Oh, that is a Double down the line. McMullen will go to third and hold. It was a 6-8 off of Cuellar's card. 1-7, it's a double. Senators down by 5, and here's Del Unser, who came in for Billings. Billings was in his major league debut. We have September call-ups thanks to Road Scholar, and he's a 4 out there. So they brought Unser in. Unser, left-handed hitter. Oh my God. But he's not too bad against lefties. Whatever, right, Road Scholar? Whatever. Here's Cuellar and the pitch to Unser. Get that one column. 6'10", left-handed. Grounds it to first. Powell has it. And he takes it to the bag, and the ball game is over. It would have been an out against the right-hander anyway. So we've completed the first game of this doubleheader. The final score, Baltimore 6, Washington 1. The win goes to Cuellar, complete game win, his 22nd of the year. He pitched 9 innings. He allowed 1, 2, 3, only 4 hits. He walked 4, one of them intentionally. Struck out 4 and allowed 1 run. Baldwin came in 5, 6, 7, pitched 1 inning perfectly. The loss goes to Cisco Carlos. The final line, Baltimore 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Washington 1 run, 4 hits, and 3 errors. So that's the ball game. And look at how game 2 is already set to go. It was a nice game. Indeed it was, Kathy Harden. I'm going to set up the second game here. Folks, we want to thank you for being here with us on the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. We're going to set up our second game, have some coffee. Today I'll need water. One meal and a treat. I'm on a Guterman diet. A Guterman diet. Because I'm a little overweight, and I feel like I'm losing a little weight. Oh God, I got plenty of coffee here. In the first pot, I have 2 cups left. Now when I talk cups, I'm not talking little baby teacups. I'm talking mug cups, mugs. It was a nice game, Kathy Harden. I'm gonna just set up this next game in a calm manner, and I would guess at about 8 o'clock at the latest U.S. Eastern Time, we'll be ready to start this second ball game. That was win number 102 for the Baltimore Orioles. It's going to be Joe Coleman with an astonishing 16 wins. We'll see you soon, Kathy. Thank you. Joe Coleman. He won 12 in real world, but he's won 16 for this Senator team. He's a big part of how they came back after a very, very tough start. They'll have some left-handers in the lineup that they would ordinarily use against Phoebus, who is a right-hander. We'll see you soon, Kathy. We'll miss you. We will start at the top of the hour. I think that's fair. 8 a.m. Eastern. In the second game, it will be Joel Coleman for Washington with 16 wins and Tom Phoebus for the Orioles with 13 wins. The Orioles took the first game 6-1. I'll be back with the lineups in about 10 minutes. $71.70. Stand by. We'll be back at the top of the hour with the start of this ball game. I'll be reviewing the opening lineups in about 7 minutes. It's the second game of a doubleheader, the Senators at the Orioles. Oh. Oh, that's good coffee. Wow. Lovely. Oh, that's good coffee. Oh. Well, welcome everybody. It's Jeffrey Guterman here in Studio B, and we have the second game of a doubleheader here. Just to let you know, in the first game, the Baltimore Orioles took it 6-1. Cuellar got the win. He went all the way. 22nd win. Cisco Carlos got hit hard, the starter, and he got the loss. 3 runs he allowed in 1/3 of an inning. Dukes came in, his major league debut, pitched well, 1 run in 5 2/3. Then it was Humphreys and Baldwin. Home runs by Powell in the first with his 36th. Howard in the 6th, the only run for the Senators. That was his 49th home run, and that puts him 2 behind the leader in the American League and all of Major League Baseball, Reginald Hot Dog Jackson. Here in the second game, we have 2 right-handers going. It'll be Joe Coleman for the Senators with 16 wins, and Tom Phoebus for the Orioles with 13 wins. Both right-handers. Let's look at our opening lineups here. For the Senators, leading off is Eddie Brinkman. He's at shortstop. Batting second is Lee May. He's in center field. This lineup adjusts and includes left-handed hitters due to the right-hander, Phoebus. Batting third is big man Frank Howard. Playing left field, Mike Epstein, batting cleanup at first. He's the left-handed hitter. Ken McMullen will play third and bat fifth. Batting sixth and playing second base, left-handed hitter Bernie Allen. Batting seventh in right is Brant Aaliyah. Batting eighth and catching, Jim French. Casanova caught the first game. And the pitcher warming up in the bullpen, right-hander Joe Coleman, who has won 16 on the season. Earl Weaver has mixed the lineup a little in the second game of the doubleheader. Otherwise, he goes a pretty much straightforward lineup, unless people are injured, platooning his catchers, but otherwise it's usually the same. But this is a little different since the second game of a doubleheader. Leading off is Don Buford in left. Batting second, moving up from the 8th position in the lineup from the first game, and usual, is Mark Belanger at short. Paul Blair will bat third and center. Boog Powell will bat cleanup at first. Frank Robinson sitting this one out, at least starting. Batting fifth is Brooks Robinson at third base. Batting sixth to substitute for Frank Robinson is Dave May, and he will be playing right field. We use the exact lineups. Batting seventh and catching is Clay Dalrymple. Batting eighth at second base, Bobby Floyd, giving Dave Johnson a break. And the pitcher, the right-hander, Tom Phoebus. And there are your lineups. We're ready to start in just a couple of minutes. I just learned that the reason why these teams didn't play on September 8 is they were rained out. So the first game was a reschedule, and that's it. This was probably their last meeting of the season here. Higgins and Knowles pitched in this game in Real World, and for Washington in relief, and Bertania and Watt. Orioles took this one 3-2. They took the first one, oh my Lord. They took the first one 6-1, and that was actually the score. That's rare. In Real World, the Orioles beat the Senators 6-1 in the first game of this doubleheader, and they did just that in our replay. Complete chance. It's just a coincidence, as far as I'm concerned. I'm gonna go fill my last cup. And get going with this ball game. And I'd like this one to be nice and leisurely, please. Nice and leisurely, please. Oh, shit. I'm not sure if Kathy Harden is here, but we're going to get going with this ball game. It's not the same without you, but we're going to get going here. And the Baltimore Orioles take the field. Tom Phoebus on the mound. Catching him is Clay Dalrymple. In the infield, Powell at first, Floyd at second, Belanger at short, Brooks at third. In the outfield, Buford in left, Blair in center, and Dave May playing for Frank Robinson in right field. Robinson played the first game. And leading it off is Steady Eddie Brinkman. And here we go. Phoebus is ready. Here's the windup and the pitch to Brinkman. That's 5'8" right-handed. He struck him out. So Steady Eddie having a tough time in the doubleheader. Struck out by Phoebus. There's one down. Steady Eddie was 0 for 4 in the first game, and he had an error. So now he's 0 for 5 in the doubleheader. Here's Lee May now with 1 out, nobody on. Just underway here in game 2 of this doubleheader. And we're so glad to have you here on the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. I'm Jeffrey Guterman. doing play-by-play and color commentary. Love to have some people do color with me on Live Together, a feature of YouTube. Okay, Phoebus is ready. Here's the pitch to May. That's 6-9, left-handed, and that's going to be a ballpark effect. It's hit to right. Again, a 6-9. Left-handed. Again, this is Baltimore. He'll be a left-handed hitter. It is an 8. She'll do a question after this inning. All right. That's an 8. Ballpark effect. Baltimore. It's hit deep, but going back against the wall is Aaliyah to make the catch. It was an 8. Home run 1-2 against the left-hander. A long fly ball out. And Kathy has a question after the first. And I encourage you all to wait for it. Here's big man Howard now. He homered in the first game, which served as the only run for the Senators. Okay, Phoebus is ready. Here's the question to the question. The pitch to Howard. Hey. 6'5" right-handed, chops it to short. That's for Belanger. He's a 226. 226, 11-2. G1, E26, 612, 14. And he throws him out, and the side is retired. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Phoebus. And after a half, it's Washington nothing, and Baltimore coming up. Wait for the question from Kathy Harden trivia at the end of this inning. Okay, here's Joel Coleman taking his warm-ups, the right-hander. He's 116. And he sets out to help the Senators avoid a sweep. Coleman taking his warm-ups, setting up Washington defensively. It's Epstein at first. Catching Coleman, of course, Jim French. Epstein at first, Bernie Allen at second, McMullen at third, Brinkman at short. In the outfield, Howard in left, May in center, and Brant Aaliyah in right field. And leading it off for the O's is Don Buford here. In the bottom of the first, just underway here for game 2. Buford switch hitter batting left. Coleman is ready. The wind up. And the pitch to Buford. That's going to be 4-4. Switch hitter batting left. Fly ball center X. Getting under that Lee May. He's a 415. Oh boy. That'll catch up with you. 415. That is good. That's a 13-4. You got to make the calls and you got to make them quick to see if that was flat. It's an F1. May is a 15. That's 5-9-12. 5-10-13 on Lee May, 15. And he makes the catch. Nice catch by Lee May out in center. Buford is retired. And here's Mark Belanger. We had some interesting things in this, Lord, I forgot if it was the first game of this or I think it was the game before. on some really controversial roles. Here's Berlanger now. Coleman, and the pitch. That's 1-9 right-handed, and he struck him out. And he struck out 54 times. That's 1-9 right-handed, 2 away. Coleman has been so good this year for Washington. 2 outs, nobody on. Blair at the plate now. Here's Coleman. And the pitch. That's 1-7 right-handed, and that is a drive hit out to center, running for it, Lee May, and he makes the catch. It was a 1-7. No diamond. Triple 1-3. It's caught up by Lee May. Second nice catch by Lee May this inning. It's a 1-2-3 for Coleman. We've gone 1. It's a scoreless ball game. And now I ask you all to please wait for it. The question from Kathy Harden, which has become a fun part of these broadcasts. Kathy Harden, our managing moderator. Wait for it now. 4 NFL teams are named after cats. Either the city or cat breed is acceptable. Oh, Lord. Boy, that's tough. God almighty. And I assume that includes big cats. I have 2. Let me see if I can get a couple more. Anybody can jump in here. 4 NFL teams are named after cats. Either the city or cat breed is acceptable. I'm waiting for... Oh, God. Yeah. I'm trying to get the others. Oh, God. You know, I'm more baseball man, but let me think. Oh, yeah. One more. Andrew gets it. The Jaguars. Oh, great Andrew White. Great response. Andrew White with the answer. The Panthers, the Bengals, the Jaguars, and the Lions. So we get a gold star, if you don't mind, Kathy. Gold stars and purple jelly bean. 1 gold star and a purple jelly bean and 4 bells for Andrew White. I give the gold star and purple jelly bean. And we're gonna get back to this ball game. This is my last cup. It's inevitable. Kathy will let us know, probably beforehand, when she has another. That was a great question. And it's Jeffrey Guterman back in Studio B here in the second game of a doubleheader. And Tom Phoebus comes out. Both pitchers retired the sides in order in the first. And it's going to be Mike Epstein to lead it off for Washington. Left-handed hitter. Okay, Phoebus is ready. The wind-up and the pitch to Epstein. That's a 4-6 left-handed, and he walked him. So Epstein is on. And Ken McMullen, the batter. A leadoff walk drawn by Mike Epstein off Phoebus. Here's Phoebus now. From the stretch. And the pitch to McMullen. That's 1-3, right-handed, walked him. That's 2 in a row. So Phoebus puts 2 on here in the top of the second. And Bernie Allen is the batter, left-handed hitter. Phoebus gets the sign from Dalrymple. The pitch to Bernie Allen. That is 3-7 right-handed. It's a fly ball to center field. Playable by Blair. He makes the catch. That's 1 away. And now Brantalia, the right fielder who steps up to the box. Phoebus from the stretch. That's 3-4 right-handed, and it's a grounder to second. Floyd steps on the bag, throws to Powell, and it's a double play. Nice play by Bobby Floyd, who is in for Davy Johnson. Very nice play. So Phoebus gets out of it. No runs, no hits, 2 walks, 1 left after the double play. We are in the middle of the second inning. It's a scoreless ball game. 2 very good pitchers, Coleman and Phoebus. You know, Phoebus is like a 4th or 5th pitcher. They also have, who else do they have? Phoebus, Coleman on the mound now taking his warm-ups. They have Jim Harden as a starter. But McNally, Cuellar, and Palmer make up the basic rotation, using these others as needed. Sort of Here's Big Boog Powell in the bottom of the second. There'll be coffee made after this inning. There'll be a slight break for coffee making. Okay, Coleman is ready. Here's the windup and the pitch to Powell. And that's 1-2 right-handed, and he flies it to center for May. And that's his 3rd putout in the game. And we're in the second. He made 2 very nice catches in the first, Lee May, despite him being a 415. Here's Brooks now. The late Brooks Robinson. Coleman now. And the pitch to Brooks. That's 1-8, right-handed, pops it up to first. Epstein is there, 2 outs. And here's Dave May starting. Weaver giving Frank Robinson a break here in the second game. Of course, he's available to hit if needed. They hope not. May, a left-handed hitter. Coleman winds and deals. That's 310 right-handed, and it's a base hit to right for for Dave May. There's two Mays today. One of them has an E. That's Lee May. And this May, Dave May, 310 against the right-hander, single to right, the first hit in this ball game. So Dave May on first with 2 outs. Here's Clay Dalrymple. He gets a good hand. Third string catcher here for, I think Etchebarren's hurt, but Elrod caught the first game. Clay is the third catcher. Every team needs at least 3 catchers. And I'd say at least a fourth player who has caught in their life. Here's Coleman now. From the stretch, and the pitch to Dalrymple. And that's 610 left-handed, and that is a ballpark effect. That's 610. Left-handed. Dalrymple, left-handed hitter for a ballpark effect on a single. It's going to be 1-11, a base hit, and it is a base hit with 1 asteroid on the 6 roll. So Dave May goes to second and holds. Coleman allows 2 singles here after retiring the first 2 batters here in the second, and Bobby Floyd in a clutch situation here. Here's the pitch to Floyd. That's 6-8, right-handed. Oh, that's going to be a base hit. May, rounding third, will score. Dalrymple to third. A clutch hit by Bobby Floyd. He made the great double play in the second, and now a clutch single to bring in the first run for the Orioles. 3 hits in a row allowed by Coleman. Let's look at that again. 6-8, right-handed. There it is. And it was a single, 2 asteroids. My goodness, 3 consecutive singles. Here's Phoebus with 2 outs. Still a clutch situation here. And he's a 3 WR. Here's Coleman now. And the pitch to Phoebus. Whoa, it's 2-3. He grounds it to first. Epstein has it. He takes it to the bag. And the side is retired. So there was 1 run there. With a 2-out rally, 3 consecutive singles allowed by Coleman. We've gone 2 innings. And it's a 1-0 lead by Baltimore again here. I'm Jeffrey Guterman. This is the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. We hope you're doing well wherever you may be. I am the host, announcer, and color commentary man for all the games here on the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network and its subsidiary, the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. Here's a question from Kathy Harden. This TV show in 1974 was a spin-off from a movie about a lonely waitress in a diner. It also had an actor who played the same part in both. Name the movie, TV show, actor. I'll take 2 out of 3. Huh. I can't. That was a good show. The movie was great with Chris Christopherson. So we're waiting for people to name the movie. I don't think oh. That was a good movie. She'll take 2 out of 3. Oh, Vic Tayback played Mel on TV and the big screen? I didn't know Vic Tayback was in the movie. So you learn something every day. Good for you, Rhodes Scholar. What else? What's the third question? I named the movie. The movie was Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. The TV show was just called Alice. The TV show, so I think we covered all the bases there, Kathy Harden. I'm going to make some coffee and then I'll keep an eye on what's going on here. Meanwhile, it's 1-0 Orioles in this second game of the TV show. I wrote Alice. Whoa, Stephen Perota. I already wrote Alice. I wrote Alice and Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. Alice was the TV show, wasn't it? Oh, Mel. That show was called Mel's Diner? Kiss my grits. I'll be back. I'm going to make some coffee. 1-0 Baltimore after 2 in the second of a doubleheader. They won the first one 6-1. I'll be back. Does anyone remember the waitress who used to say that to him? Mr. Perota is here. Kiss my grits. Mel's Diner. This will be the last pot for me for the day. Folks, if you would just stand by for a few more minutes and we'll get on with this ball game. As that coffee brews, Stephen Perota says Alfred Lutter also appeared in Bad News Bears and Love and Death. I thought the kid was good in the movie. I watched the sitcom a little bit when it was, you know, going through channels. Coffee brewing here in Studio B. We're doing a double header and we're going leisurely here this morning, folks. Nice and leisurely. Orioles took game one 6-1. Cuellar went all the way for his 22nd win. That's tops in the American League. Marichal leads in the NL with 24 wins. Linda Lavin was, oh yeah, she was on Barney Miller? Okay, I didn't know she was on Barney Miller. I remember Barney Miller. Coffee brewing, and we're gonna be getting back to this ball game in just a couple minutes here. You want to give it a chance to go before you sneak a cup. When we come back, it will be Phoebus on the mound, pitching his third inning, facing French, Coleman, and then back to the top of the order, Steady Eddie Brinkman, who, by the way, is 0 for 5 with 1 error in this doubleheader, Kathy Harden. I am so sorry. Everyone can have an off day, right? By the way, with the loss in the first game, now the Senators are only 1 game over 500. I think they won in the neighborhood of 86 games or something like that. They've lost 4 in a row. The Orioles have won 4 in a row. Yeah, Barney Miller was a very popular show. Very popular. Oh, hoping for a nice, beautiful, calm day, allowing me to oh, fish. Well, isn't it for, oh, well, anybody, I guess, could come in, but Road Scholar did direct it to Kathy. Fish flopped, huh? I didn't know. Oh, that's funny. I see what you did there, Kathy. Was that a spin-off from Barney Miller? Did the guy who starred in that, was he also in The Godfather? I could be wrong. It floundered. Was it really a flop? Was fish really a flop? Wow. it floundered. I think I'm ready to sneak one. Yeah, Abe Vigoda. Abe Vigoda. And yes, he was in Godfather, Rhodes Scholar says. I seem to remember him in Godfather. I'm sneaking a cup. We're going to get back to this game. It's coffee time here in Studio B. I'm Jeffrey Guterman. And we are at Baltimore Memorial. And Phoebus takes the mound. Top of the third, 1-0 Orioles. And it'll be Jim French leading it off. Yeah, Steady Eddie 0 for 5 with an error in the first game in this doubleheader. Here's Phoebus now. Oh. It's French leading it off. I thought for a minute it was Steady Eddie leading it off. My goodness. Here's Phoebus now. And the pitch to French. That's 6-10. Left-handed, fly ball right, ballpark effect. Left-handed hitter in Baltimore. And that's a 19. And that will be a liner to second, caught by Floyd. 1 out. Floyd has done very nicely at second, in for Davy Johnson. Here's the pitcher, Joe Coleman. He's a 1 WR. Oh, that's good coffee. Oh. Here's the pitch to Coleman now. That's 4-3, right-handed, grounds it back to Phoebus. Phoebus a 3-0. Well, we know there won't be an error. That's a 3-5 on the pitcher. Oh, it's a base hit. Oh, I'm sorry. He's a 3. I'm so sorry. It's a 3-3. It's a 5-3. I'm sorry. What am I doing? It's a G3 ground ball back to Phoebus, and he throws him out. I'm a little off today. Everybody, Eddie, me, we're all entitled to off days. It was a 5-3. And he got the ball. So it's 2 outs, and here's Steady Eddie. Kathy Harden hoping for Steady Eddie to break it out. Unfortunately, it's 2 outs, nobody on. Here's Eddie now, 0 for 5 in the doubleheader. Struck out in the first. Here's Phoebus, the windup, and the pitch to Brinkman. And that is a 1-6 right-handed, and there it goes. Hit deep. Oh, Steady Eddie hit a home run to left field. Steady Eddie. No diamonds. He had two. And he's a W across the board, and that one 1-6 right-handed. He hit it to left. It was 1-4, and it's a 4 on the 20 dice, so Steady Eddie has snapped out of it. He's now 1 for 6 in the doubleheader with a huge home run to tie up this ball game. Oh my. That is the first home run of the year for Steady Eddie Brinkman. That's his first, and it's a game-tying home run off of Phoebus. He had two in real world. So you'll hit those eventually. That was number 1. And with 2 outs, I guess we can call it a clutch home run. We're tied up here now. Here's Lee May now, left-handed hitter, flew to right in the first. Here's Phoebus now. And the pitch to May. That's 1-8, right-handed, and that's hit deep. Oh my! May hitting it deep to right center. It's back-to-back home runs off Phoebus. Oh my! And that's very realistic as far as I'm concerned. That is so realistic. Lee May gets one off Phoebus. So with 2 outs, Phoebus allows back-to-back home runs. Let's look at this again. It's a 1-8 right-handed home run, 1-9. It was a 5. No diamonds. And it's 2-0. He had 10 in real world. My Lord. Senators lead now 2-1. And for Lee May, that's number 5. Had a little trouble finding him there. There's 3 Mays that I have in the American League. Carlos, Dave, who's playing for Baltimore today, and May, but with an E. That's home run number 5 for Lee May. And it puts the Senators ahead now 2-1. And here comes big man Howard. You know, I wonder what the story is about 3 successive home runs and what the record is for most successive home runs by a team. But big man Howard, facing Phoebus. Phoebus gets the sign from Dalrymple. He's into his windup, and the pitch to Howard. And that's 2-4, and that's going to be a grounder to third. And Brooks Robinson has it and throws big man out. So that will retire the side. Eddie Brinkman breaks out of his 0-for-5 streak in the doubleheader with a big game-tying home run. Then May followed it up with a home run to put the Senators ahead 2-1. We're in the middle of the third. And here's Coleman, the Senators pitcher. Leading it off for the Orioles is Don Buford. And keep your eyes on the text, folks, because you never know when Kathy Harden's going to come through. It may, with a question, it may be later. We don't put it, there's no pressure, but she does not have to give a warning. Okay, Buford steps into the batter's box. He's a switch hitter batting left against Coleman. He flew to center in the first on a nice catch by Lee May. Here's Coleman. Oh, and the pitch to Buford. 4-8, switch hitter batting left, and he walked him. Buford, the tying run on first. He's a B. Not being held. 1-9. Here's Mark Belanger. He's a B bunter. Coleman from the stretch now. And the pitch. The infield is back. It's a 4. He's a B. That is a beauty. He bunts it beautifully. On a 4B. And he taps it back to Coleman. And his only play is to first. So Buford is in scoring position with the tying run now. Look at that. Orioles playing some small ball to try to tie it up. Kathy Harden says at the beginning of the 5th, the next question. So that'll be after the 4th, folks. After the 4th. And Charles Caracciolo has arrived. Everything is good right now, Charles Caracciolo. Everything is good. And I hope all is well with you. It's Buford in scoring position, 1 out, Paul Blair, the batter. It's a nice bunt by Belanger. Here's Coleman now. And the pitch to Blair. That's 2-10. And he grounds it to short. Brinkman has it. His only play is to first. Buford holds. So it's a good thing that Belanger sacrificed to avoid the double play. It was a 2-10 right-handed. So it's a clutch situation for Big Boog Powell. Powell flew to center in the second. Here's Coleman now, trying to get out of this. The pitch to Powell. That's 1-8, and he walked him. I was thinking of intentionally walking him anyway. So Coleman sort of pitches around. It's kind of an unintentional walk, if you know what I mean. The hitter gets ahead of you, and you say, you know what, I'm not going to give him anything to hit. So it's first and second, 2 outs, and Brooks Robinson in a clutch situation here. Tying run in scoring position. Go ahead on first. Brooks popped to Epstein at first in the second. Here's Coleman. And the pitch to Brooks. That's that's going to be 5-7 right-handed. Excuse me. A fly to center. Lee May is there. And he makes the catch, and the side is retired. A 5-7 right-handed. And Coleman gets out of it. No runs for the Orioles. No hits, 2 walks, 2 left. And we've gone 3. It's a 2-1 ball game, Senators. Orioles took the first 6-1. This is a doubleheader. September 9 in our 1969 replay. We broadcast every game of this replay. We didn't start doing it, as I had mentioned to Charles the other day. Actually, it was late July in the schedule. And it seems like forever. Well, here comes Phoebus for the top of the 4th. He allowed back-to-back home runs in the 3rd, Brinkman and May, with 2 outs, mind you. And he's now the loser of record. It's going to be Mike Epstein leading it off here. Okay, Phoebus is ready. The pitch to Epstein. That's 3-3 right-handed, and that is a liner to second caught by Floyd. Another nice catch by Bobby Floyd at second base, who's playing for Davy Johnson here in the second game. Another nice catch. 3-3 right-handed single. 1-8, it was a 17. So it's 1 down. Here's Ken McMullen. Look for the trivia question after this full inning, the 4th, after the 4th, from Kathy Harden. McMullen walked in the second. Here's Phoebus. And that's 1-5 right-handed, and it's a base hit by McMullen off Tom Phoebus. Phoebus's first endurance inning is the 6th. That was a 1-5 right-handed. So McMullen on first, 1 out, and here's Bernie Allen, left-handed hitter. I have a mind to do the other stuff, Kathy. In this game at the end, because I really don't feel like any more coffee. The coffee is fine, but after 1.5 pots, I'm getting. And did you already partake? You don't have to say. Here's Bernie Allen, left-handed hitter. 1 out with McMullen on first. It just might make it fun for me. The pitch from Phoebus. That's 4-8 left-handed. And there's a base hit to right for Bernie Allen. It was a 4-8 left-handed. There it is. No asteroids. McMullen rounding second will hold. First and second, 1 out here. Here's Brantalia now. There's action in the Orioles bullpen. Frank Bertania pitched in Real World, but I'm not going to use him. I'm just not going to do it. Just not going to frickin' do it. I'm going to mess them up and have Pete Reichardt warming, the left-hander, mess up this Washington lineup and see how that suits them. Pete Rickard, the bullpen, I believe they did not pitch yesterday. They were rained out on the 8th. That's why we're having the doubleheader. Gave the bullpen some extra rest. Okay, Phoebus trying to settle down here. Brant Aaliyah. First and second, one down. And here's Phoebus. Big at bat. He got Aaliyah to ground into a double in the second. From the stretch and the pitch. That's going to be 6-4 right-handed. It's a grounder to short. This could be 2. That's going to be for Steady Eddie, 221. He made an error in the first game, by the way. 221. Eddie, 2-2, S1. That means a base hit, 6-10, 12, 21. 12, 21. And it is going to be a base hit. It's an S1, though. And that's going to just load the bases. Whoa. Reichert warming. Oh, Stephen Perota got me on that one. Yes. We can easily look it up again. That's the beauty of doing the roll on everything. It's going to be a 2-2 on Belanger. Thank you, sir. And this happens, and it is still an S1. Let's see if it's an error. Same result, 6-10, 12, Belanger 26, E26. Oh, wait a minute, 6-10, 12, that's an E1. That's an E1, it's an S1 E1. It's not the same result, Mr. Perota. 6-10, 12 with Belanger at 26. He is at 26, 26, 12, and there it is, E1. Of course, Stephen Perota. Of course. So it's going to be an S. Of course you meant that. A single and an error, 2 runs will score. And this was Aaliyah. Not French. A single and an error on Belanger. Absolutely. I want to make sure this is Brant Aaliyah. Was it Brant Aaliyah? I want to make sure it was Brant Aaliyah at the bat, so I don't make another mistake. 2 big runs on a big error there. And we're going to do a quick instant replay to make sure that this was Brant Aaliyah who did that. I'm sure some of you are going to say, yes, it was. That's going to be for Steady Eddie, 221. He made an error in the first game, by the way. Yes, it was Aaliyah. 221. Yeah. It was Aaliyah. Eddie, 2-2, S1. That means a base hit, 6-10, 12. That was Brant Aaliyah. So we're going to get back to this ball game. This game is getting very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So that's 3 singles in a row exacerbated by the error by Baltimore. Baltimore's Mark Belanger, and now it's Aaliyah on second. Still only 1 out. Let's see if Phoebus can get out of this. Here's Jim French. And we count on all of you to detect errors like Mr. Perota did. Because I'm a fallible human being. I try to keep them low, not no. Errors are inevitable. And I work them into the game if it happens and they go undetected. I consider it worked into the replay, the randomness of the replay. Here's Phoebus trying to get out of this. He's allowed 3 hits, singles in order. Here's French now, the pitch from Phoebus. And that's going to be 4-4 left-handed, grounds it to third. Let's hope Brooks can get this. Brooks a 114. That can be 15-1. That is a G1. This could, there's a runner on second. 3-6-7. Brooks a 14. And it's going to be a clean G1, but with a runner on second. Aaliyah holds. Robinson throws French out. And that'll be 2 away here with Aaliyah on second. And here's Coleman in a clutch situation. 2 big runs. It's 4-1 now. Washington. And here comes Coleman. The pitch from Phoebus. That is 5-2. Right-handed. Oh my. He does not have W power, N power. And it is a ballpark effect. That would be a single if it turns out to be 13. It's a ballpark effect in Baltimore on a 5-2 with a W across the board. 5-2. And 13. If it's a single, it's another run. Coleman, a right-handed hitter. Home run 1-7, and no, it's caught up with by the left fielder, Don Buford, and the side is retired. But there are 2 runs on 3 hits, an error, and 1 left on. And now it's a 4-1 ball game. Remember, at the end of this inning, we have a Kathy Harden question coming up, and look for it, please. Here's Coleman now, trying to hold on to the 4-1 lead for Washington, and Dave May will lead it off. May singled and scored the only run for the Orioles in the second in this game. Here's Coleman. The pitch to May. That is 110. Right-handed, grounds it to second for Bernie Allen. And that's 1 away. And here's Clay Dalrymple. Phoebus's first endurance inning is the 6th, by the way. Coleman's the 7th. Dalrymple singled, left on in the second. Coleman, and the pitch. That is 1-7 right-handed, and oh, it's a base hit to left by Clay Dalrymple, his second of the ball game. Maybe something I'll do later is read up on the clutch rule. Rhodes Scholar told me it's so simple and easy, and I'll think about incorporating it. Here's Clay Dalrymple on first now with one out. And Bobby Floyd, who singled and made some nice, pretty catches out there at second. And started a double play. Coleman from the stretch. Pitch to Floyd. That's 5-5, right-handed, and he struck him out. And Weaver is going to let Phoebus hit and pitch. That's the second strikeout for Coleman. He's going to let Phoebus pitch here with 2 outs. And here he comes. He's a 3 WR, 2 outs with Dalrymple on first. Coleman and the pitch to Phoebus. And it's a 2-7, and he struck him out. The side is retired. And that's the third strikeout for Coleman. It is 4-1 after 4. And please look for Kathy's question coming up now. Look for it, please. In Big Lebowski, what rock band does the dude hate? I don't know that movie. In Big Lebowski, or Lebowski, what rock band does the dude hate? Just a guess. Charles guesses the Eagles. That's a strange group to hate. I could see not being a fan of them, but to hate. Charles gets it. And what was his problem with the Eagles, my goodness? I've had enough coffee, Kathy. I've had enough frickin' coffee for the day. And Charles Rhodes, he fucking hates the Eagles, man. Whoa. Yeah. Was there a reason? You know, that's almost as strange as Billy Martin hating pitchers. It's almost like a complex or something. All right, Kathy Harden, there's going to be a break in the action. Oh, yes, there is. You know, after a pot and a half in the morning, I don't know what's going on, but I am losing my taste for coffee. Charles Caracciolo notes, I always remember Don Buford for talking trash to Bud Harrelson after hitting a home run to open the '69 World Series. I remember that, Charles. While rounding second base, he told Buddy, "You ain't seen nothing yet." Harrelson retorted, "Neither of you." And then, well, you know the rest. That's funny as shit. I don't know if it was on the first pitch or what, but he led off the game, and they won that game. I think it was 4-1, but I'm not sure. And then the rest is history. Boy, that's funny shit. You know, Harrelson was no wimp. You know, he may seem like a small-frame guy, But you saw him tussle with Rose. He's not going to take shit from anybody. I like Buddy Harrelson. Even when he hit 210 or whatever it was one year. I thought he was such a good ball player. Folks, I've had enough frickin' coffee. I tell you, what I might like to do is start making some. Oh yeah, Buddy Harrelson. God, we missed him. It's gonna be a break for about a good 5 minutes, maybe longer. I hope you all understand, because I'm gonna be doing some alternative drug ingestion. I've had it with the coffee already. And Kathy Harden, before game one, Steve Perota notes, Nancy Seaver told Tom to make World Series history. He said, I did. I became the first Met to lose a World Series game. And he also became, after the series, the only Met to lose a World Series game. Charles Caracciolo says, I saw Harrelson at an autograph session paired with Dave Kingman, polar opposites. Harrelson is the nicest guy in the world, working with the crowd. That was nice. Kingman was a prick, a real malcontent. I hate to hear that shit about people. I freaking hate to hear that shit. Why be a prick? And there aren't many rules we have here on the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network, but one of them is don't be a prick. I have to clean this out a little. Oh. Oh, that's a good question, Charles Caracciolo. You're giving us the illusion of choice. Who has the most home runs and not in the Hall of Fame? The most home runs lifetime for a non-Hall of Famer. I remember Kingman on the Mets. That was a mess. McGuire. Oh, Stephen Perota, McGuire, of course, because of the steroids. Oh. He had more than Sosa? A-Rod? Why is A-Rod not in the Hall of Fame? Not enough years yet have passed? A-Rod had 696. He's out of the Hall due to steroids also. Holy shit. 696 home runs. He came so close. He could have broken the record by another steroid user. How about Bobby Bonds with the most home runs? Not in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds. He's got to be. I'll do a real micro here. Problem is, after I do this, I sort of go off into Keep the text going, folks. Yeah, Barry. Yeah, how could we forget? Keep the text going. I don't know if I'll even be able to get back to this ball game, but if I do, I'll do it ever so slowly. I'm going to hit the bathroom because I just need to take a quick one, and I like to be cannabis and strat. I like to be completely, everything before I take a hit. Do you know what I'm saying? And I need to take a leak. We already have learned that Kathy is from New York. I want to tell you all something. I guess this could apply to anybody, but something about me. Your money is on Paul Blair for what? Oh, here's a question from Charles. Sure, anyone can ask questions. Which member of the Orioles lineup in this game we would think most likely to pass a joint to Jeffrey? And folks, it's the Senators. It's a tough question. I was going to say Mike Epstein, Charles. I was going to say the Super Jew probably tokes. I was going to mention to this, a lot of you have seen my, and I'm not manic, I'm not bipolar, I don't have anything like that. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. But my personality is such that if I am not experiencing emotional disturbance like depression, anxiety, which interrupted the first game of this doubleheader yesterday, or just chronic worrying, which I don't have right now, my nature is to be fun and happy, especially if I could find some people like you all to hang out with. I just want to tell you, because as you can see, I don't think it's rocket science to see that my mood is jovial and wonderful today. So that is my nature, and my nature is to be just absolutely happy, exuberant actually. And today, the only thing that's stopping me from being exuberantly happy is, two things. One, I am just a tad tired, but number two, Charles, number two, I don't want to get too happy and exuberant, because then, you can crash or something on something. So just try to stay joyful. And Charles Caracciolo says, I come for the Strat-O-Matic, but I stay for the Jeffrey. And I would like to add to that, I come for the Strat-O-Matic and everybody who comes here, but I stay for everybody who comes here. If you guys weren't here, I wouldn't do this, especially Kathy Harden. Especially Kathy Harden. Charles, I don't know. I don't know if I want to get too happy about that. Anything. When I say, oh shit, was that the phone? God damn. What the fuck was that? Hold on. We're back. Yeah, it came back because of a spam call. And you know, if you really want me to get into it, Charles, my goal is not to be happy. It's to be stable without depression and anxiety, or a minimum of it, and to experience joy. Happiness, that's, you know, I don't know what happiness is. You know, some people are happy being miserable. Yeah, stable meaning like last night, I did it right on the broadcast, I was just too inundated with anxiety. And part of it has to do with the weed, so this will be an interesting test to see if I take a hit here without anxiety right now. How will it do me? Okay, so here goes. I'm looking forward to this hit. And this is medical, people. We have medical in Florida, so please leave the stigma at the door. Mm. 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 That's good. What entertainer said that as a regular thing? What entertainer said that as a line? That's good. Here's a question from Charles, as I am really freaking enjoying this hit. This just in, Earl Weaver notices Paul Blair toking it up in the tunnel to the clubhouse and lays into him something fierce. Brooks slides over and asks, "What is marijuana anyway?" Bobby Floyd comes by and asks, "What's the strain, Paul?" And Paul says, "Indica." I wonder if he's going to pull him from this ball game. Paul Blair 0 for 2 today, just took a hit. And he's smoking some good shit. That was back in '69. Oh, that was good. Oh, if you would all just let me... If you all just let me savor this for a minute, will you? Okay, what's the use of doing it if you can't savor it? And it feels good. One of the problems that I have when I smoke weed, any kind of weed, is I don't want to call it paranoid. I can get sort of a sense of dread over an idea. For example, it will occur to me, are you ready for this? Oh my God! I'm a father. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I have a son. Oh. Oh my gosh. And that has to do with the fears of being a parent. You love them so much. Sometimes I'll get into that. I'm not. It'll be like it's a silent thing. It's a quiet. Just a thought that goes through the head. But if I had to, I don't really think those words to myself. Oh my God, I'm a father. But if I had to, thoughts are very complex. They're hard to really substantiate. But all we have is language to reflect on the thought and then make a statement as to what you just thought. But that's not the thought. That's a reflection. And reflexivity is one of the most important capacities of human beings, in contrast to other animals. Conscious reflexivity, meaning turning back on and thinking about or acting on a thought or an event, and thereby changing it in some way, if only insofar as your lens, your influence on it. So, for example, if I walk down the street and I see a building on fire, I'm going to think something to the effect of there's a building on fire, but that's not the building on fire. And that's not even my thought, my perception even, meaning my sight of it. And of course, perception and cognition are interrelated and occur in a sense simultaneously. I imagine there are visuals we can experience without consciously thinking, especially if they happen very fast. So when you get into human cognitive, emotive functioning, it's just not thought. That, in fact, reflexivity is probably the essence of change, because the only constant is change. Now, I'm not sure I want to go back to this ball game right now, and that's one of the beauties. Charles Caracciolo has let us know that Paul Blair was toking it if and when we do come back to this ball game. And that is a really dumbass thing to do when you got 102 wins and you smoke it on your own. I don't think they tested. It is a 4-1 ball game. I am so sorry. Sometimes I just have a whim to do this. Paul Blair has been thrown out. Weaver is taking Blair out of this game. He's probably going to fine him too. And they don't even have to bring Frank Robinson in. That is a dumb ass fucking thing to do, wasn't that, Charles? Blair, where is fucking Blair? There he is. Charles, what do you think? Paul Blair has been removed from this ball game. And Kathy Harden, this is like one of those rare things you get I wouldn't do it in a World Series. I wouldn't do it in post game. I wouldn't do, but when we have a ball game that technically doesn't matter, maybe to the Senators it matters, because they're one game, 500 with their remuneration. But for the Orioles, and they don't want to lose. Weaver is freaking not going to stand for any of this shit, and it's really poor. Charles, you still there? It's bad judgment. I got a question for you all. How many of you watch these broadcasts, mine in particular, on a desktop? How many of you do that? Okay, how many of you pull up a desktop to watch these ball games? Because I want to tell you, if you're at home and able to do so, maybe you need to work on your desktop. But, and that's just a loop. In fact, we were talking about reflexivity. This is a reflexive loop, simulated. But how many of you can see the text. In fact, you can see my last comment. Rettenman has come into this game. This is an unusual, I need to think about this. Not that the decision has been made, it's done. And this will get out. This will leak. That was stupid shit. How could Paul Blair have such poor judgment? Anybody at all? Is anybody out there? Because right now I took my hit, and boy, it was a perfect hit, Kathy Harden. And I'm just, I'm basking in the, basically the lack of acute, or I should say, even moderate anxiety. It's basically no anxiety. There's a little something there in the stomach, but it's not disturbing at all. When I think about my responsibilities today, they are to get new water, and to get a meal and maybe a treat of some type. And as a entitled white man, an entitled, spoiled white man, my attitude is, oh shit, that's a pain in the ass. There's people in the frickin' world who can't get any food. They'd walk a frickin' 10 miles for food. Okay? And, that shit breaks my heart, Kathy. And I don't want to go there right now. And that's not, that you could say that's selfish, but I would say it's SELF-ish, meaning you do have you put yourself basically first, because if you don't, who will? And you got to just basically, in terms of care, self-care. And if I dwell on suffering of all life, I'm going to go to a very, very bad place. Anybody out there besides Kathy Harden? Charles Caracciolo, look at what you did. And I have to thank you. Now, I will not accept all updates to change a game, but Paul Blair has been removed by Weaver. Weaver caught him. Why would Blair even think of doing such a thing? Okay, how could that be a good idea in the frickin' tunnel? What the hell do you think this is? Junior high or something? And Weaver caught it. And it was funny, Brooks Robertson slid over and asked, what is marijuana anyway? He gave him a real ragging. It's made it into the game more than the narrative. Charles, if I may say, because I've smoked weed and I'm able to really get into stuff, you know that? It's made it into the nature of the game, the fundamental core nature of the game. Do you know what I mean by that? Nature is unlike an idea, the narrative. First and foremost, do you understand what the hell I'm talking about, Charles? We'll see. You know, I don't know if he likes grass. You know, on today's world, we don't think grass. Yeah, in today's world, we don't think that's a big deal, you know, but it wouldn't be smart today to do it in the frickin' tunnel, okay? What he ought to do is, if he really is intent on taking a hit, he ought to maybe tell Weaver up front, I need to dump a load right now. I'm going to be in between innings. I'm going to be in the bathroom. If something happens, get me. And then I would have a one-hitter. Okay. I would. Oh, you know, Charles Caracciolo has become the first person other than myself, because I make decisions. I pull players in and out, I pinch hit, I relieve, I stretch. He's the first person other than me to change a game, to change a actual, I mean, I do get people, which I love. Yeah, it is performance in here, man. It depends. It frickin' depends. I don't know. Go ask Doc Ellis, which unfortunately that's all he gets known for. I want to see if I can find a non-copyright version of something. Gotta be so careful. I see it all on, here's the Miller Center. Here's the LBJ tapes. What do you all think I ought to do? Because I could play something for you very, very funny. But I'd be taking a risk. I think this, if I was gonna do it, I would do it off the Miller Center, a website that has a very nice, that's beautiful. It has it right here. And how could anyone have a copyright to this? So I want to ask out there, I have a most interesting, you should be honored, Charles. And not only should you be honored, you should be I guess humble. I guess I understand the sentiment that you have there. But I don't know exactly what that means. Does it mean that you're telling yourself you're not a big shit just because you did this? that it doesn't make you a great person because you did this, or is it more like... There it goes. All right, we're back. Back live. Yeah, and again, what I would say is, don't think you're not a big shit. You're not a worthwhile person because you did this or anything else. And give up rating the self. But it is quite a thing. But what I liked about it, and I'd like to share this with others, when I make decisions in Strat-O-Matic managerially, I'm being the manager for both teams, and I have set up a pretty tight system to ensure that I am not biased, and I think I do a pretty good job of it. And if any of you want to know what my techniques are for not being biased, I'd be glad to do that right now. And there it is. Does anyone want to hear my techniques for reducing? You see how I use the word reducing? And that helps. Being honest. You can probably never get rid of all bias, all preferences, wants, likes. You want to hear it, Charles. The first thing, and I'll type it in. Number one. I'm really doing good on this weed. Wow. It's a multi-part, Charles. And there's the first one. Acknowledge your biases if you have them. And I think it was Shakespeare. Was it Shakespeare who said? I bet you Kathy Harden would know. To thine own self be true. Meaning be honest with yourself. And that's a hard thing to do. And I mean really be honest with yourself. And sometimes you have to make yourself aware of shit that may not be in conscious awareness. It may be just below the surface and you're just not consciously thinking it now. Because you can't think about everything all at the same time. Okay? I only have a couple more conceptual, and then I have actually game rule changes. Number two. And there's your second principle. Always be acutely aware of those biases. So we've already acknowledged them. We'll get to Charles' point in a moment. In fact, let's get to Charles. Let's get to Charles first. In my 2020 replay, Giants just beat the Braves 2 in a row. I'm ecstatic about that result, but there was in the ninth trying to push that tying run across the plate for them. You know, it's good that you... Well, how did I run out of water so quick? Okay. How did you... I'll give you my immediate answer, Charles. Yeah, I guess I'm just drinking a lot of water. Let me get to that, Charles. Well, that was... Oh, shit, that hit's doing me good here. This is one of the best ingestions I've had in a long time. Let me answer that in text, Charles. It's very hard to come up with a cognitive process, Charles. But my answer is always apply the same managerial philosophies to each play for each team. In tough situations, if you feel like there's a conflict coming up here with your biases, pause. Reflect on those biases. That goes back to both 1 and 2 of my rules. And then ask yourself this question. Pause. Would you do this or not do this for, with, or with the other team? That's exactly right, Charles. Thank you for appreciating it, because I want to go back to the second rule. And then I have a couple rule changes that I'd like to share with you all. We have paused in this game. We've gone 4 innings. By the way, it's 4-1 Senators. Through 4. The Senators took the first game 6-1. Cuellar went all the way. Boog hit a homer. I think it was a 2-run homer, and so did big man Howard. That was I think his 49th. 2 behind Hot Dog Jackson. And Cuellar pitched very good baseball. And in this game, the Senators have gotten out on ahead 4-1. Phoebus is still in the game. But the most eventful part of this ball game, in my opinion, is from Charles Caracciolo. And I'm gonna, some of you say, where is that anyway? It's further up. Here it is. I can copy this and then just put this in. Be a nice way if you could do an official, what Twitter calls a repost. No, I'm talking to other people too here. This goes over the limit. I can take this word out. Here it is. So the lesson learned, lessons learned. Because this, Weaver doesn't want to turn this into, I think he wants to get this team back. Not that I thought they were gone. I didn't see they've won. They were about to win their 102nd game, 103rd game, if they can win this one. I think it's a very simple thing, Charles. And I'm going to type it. It's very simple, Charles. And I don't like all caps, but, and then I have a bonus. There it is. That's what I have to say. It's very simple. Blair likes weed. Okay? Blair frickin' likes weed. That's not the problem. That's not the fucking problem. By the way. But I think that's why he did it, because he did it, did you ever read the book Blink? First of all, why even have weed in your possession? Or the book Blink, where people, by Malcolm something, why people just do things without thinking. Okay? First of all, you shouldn't have the fucking weed. What the fuck do you think this is? And let's see what's happening here. Still shocking. You just hope the veteran leaders like Frank Robinson and Powell talk to Blair in the Whirlpool room later tonight. Actually, Frank Robinson is having a talk with him right now. And you want to know something? Did you know that Robinson was the leader of that team? And he was a leader on the field. And he became the first black manager. Was it for Cleveland? But yeah, he was, Frank probably, you say throttle, actually, can I tell you, I'm going to do this one, Charles. Or if I could negotiate with you. He was Frank Robinson to Blair is firm, direct, stern, sincere, and not punitive. Not frickin' punitive. And he might even say something to him to the effect of, shit, man, a lot of people smoke weed. Just don't fucking bring it around here, anywhere here. This is your workplace. And that's what I have to say, Charles. Because he's a leader. Frank Robinson is a leader. The manager can blow up at him. The manager can dig into him. The manager can curse at him. Robbie sets Blair straight. O's cruise behind Phoebus. I love it. It's a great headline. They already won the first game. The problem here is it's 4-1. It's a 4-1 ball game, but if anybody can come back, Kathy, I'm starting to want the O's to come back on this. Because, we have to learn from our mistakes, learn from our lessons. I'm not going to go ahead and do the... there are two other rules, I think two other rules. One of them is when a B stealer gets on base, I immediately roll the odd die. A 1, 2, and 3, he's being held. 4, 5, and 6, he's not being held. I have done that just for B's. I hold A and better. I never steal C's, D's, E's, F's. But on the B, I think it's so close that I don't want to penalize every defensive team by automatically holding a B and having them vulnerable to a plus. And I think you know exactly what I'm frickin' talking about. Actually, it's a plus, just a plus on the advanced, I think. Yeah, they don't have enough room or want to. So that's one rule. The other rule is when I decide I'm going to do a sacrifice or a squeeze, and I do squeeze very rarely, but when I decide I'm going to do a sacrifice, I roll 3 die. And the white die, 1, 2, and 3, the infield is in. 4, 5, and 6, the infield is back. Okay, that's on every sacrifice. And both of these have worked out very well for me. If you have any suggestions, I am glad to talk about them. I want to get back to the idea that I have an audio, and I want to tell you, this might be a risk. This might be a risk for a copyright violation, but I have chosen to find, first of all, it's all over the place. Secondly, I went with the Miller Center, not on YouTube, which can, and I want to know if you want to hear it. This is it's one of the funniest ass things I've ever heard in my life. And it's from our generation. Oh, wow. This guy he was a freaking character. You know that? It's this guy. It's a telephone conversation. With this freaking guy here. Lyndon Baines Johnson. And I want to know if any of you, it's about 4 minutes and 55 seconds in duration. And I'd also want to go back and do some analysis of it. Microanalysis, just as a departure, a conversation that he had. I'm not going to tell you with whom yet. I want to know, does anybody, if I don't get any interest in this, I will not do it. Okay? I mean, I'm not going to be doing this for myself because I have listened to it countless times. I mean, I don't know how many times. Has Mike Terranova arrived? I know there's a delay, so I'm waiting to see. Does anyone want to hear Charles Caracciolo? If you haven't heard this, do you want to hear this, Charles? It's a yes or no question, because this, if you have not heard this, and I'll set it up for you. Okay, here goes. I'm going to set it up for everyone. I just needed one person to give a shit. Okay, one person to give a shit. Uh, this is the best. Charles, this is the best. Hey, Mike, glad to see you. Folks, Lyndon Baines Johnson, our 36th President of the United States, all known to most of us here very well because from our generation. He, by the way, was, I'm setting this up for you, what you might call a type A personality, so frickin' driven, and he would even micromanage to a fault. And here he is calling up. Of course, he has the secretary make the call. Calling up Hager Pants Company or Hager Clothing Company, where he apparently had gotten some good pants from them. And he's calling up. He's going to speak to Joe Hager. He wanted first LPJ wanted to speak to the top guy, but Joe Hager said we all work together. And unfortunately, I don't have the cartoon. I'm not going to show you the cartoon of it. There's just a video of pictures of it, but I'm going to do it with showing this picture. And here it is now. And then I'll be doing a follow-up reflective analysis. Here it is.
Go ahead, sir. Hello? Mr. Hager? Yes, this is Joe Hager. Joe, is your father the one that makes clothes? Yes, sir. We're all together. You all made me some real lightweight slacks.
I'm going to start it over. We're only 24 seconds in. And this is done for folks to the Miller Center. This is done. I'm taking a risk of a copyright strike. I'm doing this for educational purposes to understand the mind of Lyndon Baines Johnson. We thank the Miller Center, and it's all over. Uh-oh. Now this thing went off. Oh, there it is. Okay. So let's start it over here. It's LBJ calling Hager Slacks Company. Remember, it says we're all together. It's Joe Hager, probably one of the sons.
Go ahead, sir. Hello? Mr. Hager? Yes, this is Joe Hager. Joe, is your father the one that makes clothes? Yes, sir. We're all together. You all made me some real lightweight slacks. He just made up on his own, sent to me 3 or 4 months ago. It's a kind of a light brown and a light green, rather soft green and soft brown. And they're real lightweight. Now, I need about 6 pairs for summer wear. I want a couple, maybe 3 of the light brown, kind of a almost powder color, like powder on a lady's face.
Oh my Christ. Folks, this is micromanagement. He's the president of the United States of America. Okay? Send a tailor in to measure him. Okay? Send a frickin' tailor into the White House to frickin' measure him. Because it does change a lot. He changes his weight. You have not heard anything yet. Here goes.
Then there was some green, and then maybe some other light pair if you had a blue in that, or black. I'd have 1 blue and 1 black. I need about 6 pairs to wear around in the evening when I come in from work. And I need they're about a ½ inch too tight in the waist. Do you recall the exact size? I just wanted to make sure we get it right for you. No, I don't know. You all just guessed at them, I think so, but once you have the measurements there?
That's a very interesting piece right there, because who the hell, I always thought of pants as something, and any footwear. I see they sell footwear online, any kind of shit like that. You need to get fitted for that, pants. When if buy a pair of jeans, I guess you go to a store and try it on. But and you have tailors for when you buy a suit. But you can see they're now going over the minutia of the, and I'm going to back it up to repeat that part of the measurements, who has them, how basically it's answering the question, how are we going to do this? Because it's too tight right now because he's gained some weight. But let's go back to it.
Exact size. I just wanted to make sure we get it right for you. No, I don't know. You all just guessed at them, I think, son. But once you have the measurements there, I can send you a pair. I want them a half an inch larger in the waist than they were before, except I want 2 or 3 inches of stuff left back in there so I can take them up. I vary 10 to 15 pounds a month. So leave me at least 2.5 to 3 inches in the back where I can let them out or take them up. And make these a half inch bigger in the waist. Make the pockets at least an inch longer. My money and my knife and everything fall out. Well, just
his knife, it's a pocket knife. Charles, I think that it's a pocket knife. Okay, he said, wait a minute, he probably has to do something. Hold on. Do you remember that when you were a kid, some kids would carry a pocket knife? It had other functions, a nail, I guess a nail clipper, a file. Here it goes. Have to put them on hold.
Hello. Now, the pockets, when you sit down in the chair, the knife and your money comes out. So I needed at least another inch in the pockets. Yeah. Now, another thing, the crotch down where your nuts hang.
Whoa. Yeah, this guy is uncouth. Okay, my mother used to always talk about, she'd always say he's uncouth. Now, the crotch there, where your nuts hang, that we don't need to know that's where where the nuts hang. We know that. Anybody out there at all? It gets better. Okay, let's go on. The crotch where your nuts hang. Let's get that again.
It's when you sit down in a chair, the knife and now, the pockets, when you sit down in a chair, the knife and your money comes out. So I needed at least another inch in the pockets. Yeah. Now, another thing, the crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight. So when you make them up, give me an inch that I can let out there, because they cut me. They're just like riding a wire fence. These are the best that I've had anywhere in the United States.
So he gives a metaphor even of it's cuts you like on a wire fence. Holy shit. They cut him. Those are freaking tight pants. You shouldn't be wearing pants like that down where your nuts hang. It gets better though. Charles, this gets better.
But when I gain a little weight, they cut me under there. So believe me, you never do have much margin there. But see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends, round under my back to my bum hole.
And I hope Kathy's fine with this. I just, this is history, as far as I'm concerned. Bung hole. I'm not going to play it again. I'm going to let that be a one-time experience. He belches, and he does bunghole. The rest of it is minutia to get these things going. I think he also wants some shirts, and then he transfers it, and he wants it transferred to the White House. He has to run because he's on his way to a funeral. 2 minutes left.
So I can let it out there if I need to. Now, be sure you got the best zippers in them. These are good that I have. And if you get those to me, I would sure be grateful. Where would you like to sit, please? White House. Now, I don't guess there's any chance of getting a very lightweight shirt, sport shirt to go with that slack, is there? That same color? We don't make them, but we can have them made up for you. If you might look around, I wear about a 17. Extra long. You like it in the same fabric? Yeah, I sure would. I don't know whether that's too heavy for a shirt or not. I think it'd be too heavy for a shirt.
Oh, you see, that's too frickin' heavy. I thought it might be too light, you know, depending on, these are pants, I guess these are thicker pants than I had thought. I was thinking of thin polyester Hager pants, but no, with a cotton blend probably, but you got to make a shirt out of shirt fabric. It's a different fabric. And Joe, if you listen to it, Joe lets him know that. That's expertise.
You like it in the same fabric? Yeah, I sure would. I don't know whether that's too heavy for a shirt or not. I think it'd be too heavy for a shirt. I sure want the lightest I can in that same color matching it. If you don't mind, you figure out somebody up there that makes good shirts and get me one to match each one of them, and if they're good, we'll order some more. I just sure will appreciate this. I need it more than anything, and now that's about it. I guess I could get a jacket made out of that if I wanted to, couldn't I? No, I think that didn't James Hager have a jacket made? Yeah, he sent me some jackets for summer earlier, but they were way too short. They hit me up about halfway down my belly. I had a much longer waist. But I thought if they had material like that and somebody could make me a jacket, I'd send them a sample to copy from. Well, I'll tell you what, if you will send us this, we'll find someone to make it. Okay. We can supply the material to match it. Okay, I'll do that. Now, you give this boy the address, because I'm running for a funeral, and give him the address, just how to dress these trousers. So we'll send them to you. Don't you get the measurements out of it.
He's gonna go through it one more time, but you know, did you notice that he referred to this boy? Back then we did that, you know, the boys, the newsboys, in media, in everyday speech.
And I had a half inch to the back, give us an inch to the pockets, and about an inch underneath so we can let them out. In other words, you like just a little more stride in the crotch. Yeah, that's right.
By the way, do you like that? Joe Hager adds a, just an overview. A little more stride in the crotch, because he could always take it in. Take it in, take it out. And he's going to work on that. And the other thing, he's going to hand it off right now.
I want you to build these at least a half inch more and then leave me some in there. Yes, sir. Okay, here he is. Glad you enjoyed the others.
He said, I'm glad you enjoyed the others. You got to realize that Joe Hager is obviously, wanting to provide great service to the President of the United States, and he is incredible. He referred to him as Sir Joe Hager. People don't talk about this a lot, that... Hager, that he was very professional. LBJ, you heard it all, Charles. You never heard this, Charles? And he is one of the most bizarre people. And his family had a history of heart disease. He had a heart attack in the 50s when he was a majority leader. Or maybe you're a little before that. And then he was on heart medication. Okay. I'm glad you heard it, Charles. He was on heart meds, and when he after he handed the presidency off to Nixon in '69, by the time right after Truman died, and I think that was '72, he became disillusioned. Somehow they have some documentation to this effect with just how you're born and then you die, and he basically got sick of living, and he used to, take his meds, or someone would give him his meds, and he'd go outside and shuck them in the garden. And he died in '73. He looked very bad, and if you look at his age back then, you compare this, he was, he was, let me just see here, I'm sorry, 68. He was 65, he was my age when he died. And you take a look at what LBJ looked like. If I get a shot of him in 1973, his last interview was a great one to look at. I'd like to get one that's big enough, though. This one, he really looks pretty old. Okay. Now, who looks older? Him? And by the way, that was a big deal, the fact that you see how his hair is growing long in the back. That was an intentional thing for him to be able to. It was a complex justification about Vietnam and how he felt that he wanted to get along or be younger or relate to the generation. It's more nuanced than that. That's what he looks like. This is what I look like. I'm very thirsty, so I don't look very good. Do we look about the same? This is sick. Who looks older? I'll try to show here. I'll try to make a more serious look. Shit, this thing is not working. Are those cool glasses, man? Are those freaking cool glasses? I'm losing that one. You think he looks younger than me, Phil? You think he looks younger than me? Wow. He was unbelievable. This guy was unbelievable. He'd get in your face. You know that? He would invade your private space. You think he looks like De Niro? I don't think so. No, I'm saying I'm wondering who looks older, Bill. The question, you just give me a choice, LBJ or Guterman. Who looks older in those two pictures? I look older, okay. You know, sometimes you don't think of yourself as, boy, that's wild. I heard about that book, Charles, by Doris Kearns Goodwin. She's awesome. You don't realize how old you look, I guess. It's one of my favorite pictures. This is one of my favorite pictures. This was at a press conference after his gallbladder surgery. Does anybody know about this? Anyone remember this? Mike Terranova says LBJ looks older to him than me, but age is just a number, and it's all about how you feel inside. That's a good point, Mike, and I guess I feel old, Mike. I feel freaking old as dirt. Boy, this has been some ball game. I might do a continuation of this ball game. He was a bulldog. You've seen this photo before. I guess that's a good metaphor. Let me see if any of you saw the satirical cartoon that was done sometime later, because that was a bizarre sometimes the X photos get big. Oh, this is my own tweet. There you go. Yeah, of course, Charles. And I tweeted this. Oh, Mike Terranova is prescribing me some therapy. Mike Terranova prescribing me. Mike, I don't want to lie to you. It is classic, Mike. I'm not going to lie to you. But I will be honest with you. See, it's out of respect for you. I'm not going to say, oh, okay, great idea, I'm going to do it. I will think about it, okay? And I know walks are good for me, Mike. I know that. It's an incredible political cartoon. And here's a full shot of the cartoon. Even I remember it as a kid. I looked, you know, if you want to talk about nostalgia, I know Kathy was born and raised in Westchester. And many of you were born and raised in the New York area, I think. I was very fortunate as a child that my parents had 3 newspaper subscriptions. The Times and the Newsday were delivered, and my father would always pick up the Post on his way home. Every once in a while, my mother would have gotten one, and he says, oh, why'd you get it? I get it. But I guess she wanted to see it real quick. And That one hit really doing well for me today, this morning. Yeah, exactly, Mike. It was afternoon paper. My father picked it up and brought it in. The Times and the Times, I think the Times and Newsday, they were in the morning delivered. And on Sunday, the Sunday Times, I gotta tell you, that thing was so big, so frickin' thick. I didn't know the Long Island Press, Charles. My Lord. I was going to ask about that. Charles Caracciolo notes that we are in an extended break here, folks. And when we will come back, nobody knows. It took a week to get through the Sunday Times, Kathy said. And my father would always say, don't mess it up before I get to it. Get that shit. Eventually, that thing gets pulled out, and that thing is like all over the fucking place. Charles Caracciolo says he delivered my Lord. In the housing projects by Queen College from age 12 to 15, I bet you made some money though. Every morning. And he got mugged once. And I'm sure I would think you reported it and you weren't held accountable. The police report was filed. Mike Terranova says the New York Times on a Sunday had 10 to 12 inserts to be put into the main section. I think it was more than 4 inches. I seem to remember the thing being something like up to here. Okay. That is something else, Charles. And you're lucky you only got, I think it was more than 3 to 4 inches, Mike, but I don't know how much it matters. Charles says he did make money. I was a vendor at Shea Stadium. I don't want to talk about that too much because I don't want to brag or anything. And it was a great thing to do. It really was. It wasn't always easy, but it was a great frickin' thing to do. Kathy Harden says that we'd get fresh hard rolls from the deli with butter when we get home. That was a Sunday kind of thing. My father would bring food in on a Sunday from the deli. And I was always, even as a kid, once I would start to not like Sunday evenings because of having to think about going to school the next day. And sometimes I would get mysterious colds so I could stay home. I didn't do it often, but I faked it. You call that malingering. in mental health. It's not a mental disorder. You fake or feign some illness or condition in order to get out of a responsibility or to make a gain. This was so I can get, I probably did it about half a dozen times, but we're talking, 12 years. I never played hooky. If any of you were wondering, Paul Blair has been ejected from this ball game. Not ejected, he's been replaced by Merv Rettenman. He's been removed by Earl Weaver. He was caught toking weed in the tunnel. And that was brought to our attention by Charles Caracciolo. We are in the middle of the second game of a doubleheader. It's been pleasantly suspended, as far as I'm concerned. And I thought that LBJ thing was hilarious. I think I'll get away with it too. I think I'll fucking get away with that because that's fair use, and I don't think they're tracking that on Miller. I don't think so. And it's a risk because you don't want any copyright strikes. 3 of them you're out, I think. Right now I have a warning. I don't have and then the warning will expire. I have just one warning. Let me see if I can find that here. Yeah, an active community. One. It's a warning only, and I removed it. I can take a policy training, which will remove the flag. Where the hell is the link for a policy? Where's a link? That's a real flaw. That's a real frickin' nosebleed. That's a frickin' nosebleed. Let me see. Where the hell's the link? These bastards. Policy training. I have to search policy training? That is so bad. Does anyone know anything about that? That's really... That's a shame. Okay, maybe. It's a 4-minute lesson.
Everybody's really been looking forward to the new video from Ambience.
I have to sit and watch this thing. I have it without the sound, but it has captions. So I'm getting all the information. I think I would pass this without watching the video. I could lose my booty. Bear with me. I'm going to take this test without having to... Where do I take the fucking test? If there's 4 multiple choice. This is not interactive. Where do I take the fucking test? You know, they have fucked this up so bad. Let me go with training. Training test. They have really made it so hard. Otherwise, I'll just live with it. No. Oh. No. That's really a shame. But fortunately, I don't even have a strike. I have a warning, and you get three strikes. And I did some stuff today, which is a risk. Oh, are you serious about that? Oh, okay. I'll just let it play in the background silently. I'll just do it from the beginning. And maybe at the end it does give the link, like you say. Because if I go right now to the end, it doesn't show up. But if you really think that if I jump ahead, I will refresh it and start it from the beginning. Okay, there it is. And I'll take a look at it in due course. You know, it says 10:41 a.m. and it sure seems a lot later than that, because maybe it was the hit, maybe it was God knows what. It seems like it's been a long, that was fantastic with Paul Blair. Oh God, that's too fast. Can't find anything that I like as much. as those two. This might be good. Yeah, this looks like, it's only 3 minutes though, but you could loop it. You all know that, right? Click on a video and loop it. Boy, that thing stops when I go away to it. I'm gonna put this on my watch list just to give it a chance. Save it to my watch list there, because that's something else. I might get back to this ball game for a little bit here. I'm gonna use the lavatory and I will be back. This is not bad as copyright-free music. I'm having the best day I've had in a long, long frickin' time. And I want to keep it that way. I want to tell you all, we're going to get back to this ball game. This is the second game of a doubleheader in our 1969 Strat-O-Matic replay, and it is September 9 already. And Orioles took the first game 6-1. Cuellar went all the way and got the win. We're here now. Orioles got off to a 1-0 lead. Then the Senators have come up with 4 runs, including back-to-back blasts by Brinkman and May in the third. And then something that happened earlier, which for those of you who are just joining us now, Charles Caracciolo observed and reported to me, and this is a first on multiple levels, including me just doing it, going with it. Earl Weaver, caught Paul Blair smoking a joint in the tunnel off the dugout. In the fucking tunnel. And I don't think that's a long tunnel. I don't think that's like one of these tunnels that I see. This is at Baltimore Memorial. That's not a long tunnel. Fucking smoking grass, and he chewed him out. When I say he chewed him out, he ripped him another anus. Okay? And Paul Blair, Frank Robinson, the leader of the team, and this is arguably the best team in baseball, along with the Twins. Frank Robinson had a stern talk with Paul. Who would even think of doing such a thing? But anyway, I like weed. It was just poor judgment on his part. We're heading to the top of the fifth. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Guterman. Here I am, Studio B in Fort Lauderdale. Another fairly cool day. And gonna go ahead with this ball game. Funny thing is, the Orioles won the first one 6-1, and they won the first game in real world 6-1, which is interesting. They swept Washington. Now the Orioles behind here in the second game. Washington will come up. Phoebus comes out. And a new center fielder is Merv Rettenman, playing center field and batting third. And leading it off will be a very steady Eddie Brinkman. He went 0 for 4 in the first game and made an error. Today he struck out and then hit a home run. Washington leads by 3. Phoebus in his 5th inning here. And the pitch to Brinkman. That is a 6-6 right-handed. Grounds to third. Brooks. Over to John Powell. And that's one away. Yeah. Here's Lee May now. May hit the home run after Brinkman. Here's Phoebus and the pitch to May. That's going to be 4-11 left-handed, and it's a ballpark effect. Oh, a ballpark. 4-11 Lee May left-handed in Baltimore. And that is a base hit. So May is on. We're catching those diamonds. Always look for diamonds, people. Half diamonds and full diamonds. So May on first. And here's Frank Howard. Action in the bullpen. Reichert is ready if needed. They let Phoebus hit last inning. Big man, Kathy Harden. Big man Howard, 0 for 2. It's May on first, 1 out. Phoebus. From the stretch. And the pitch to Howard. That is 2-4 right-handed, and it grounded to third. It's Brooks. To Floyd, to Powell. And the side is retired, double play. Look at that again, 2-4, right-handed. Ground ball, third A. And that's the way we score it. Side retired, no runs, one hit, none left. And I'm feeling good. Feeling really cool. Just a little buzzed, you know, but I think I'm tolerating it very, very well today. Here's Coleman now, who's in the process of winning his 17th game, and he only won 12 in real world. He's been unbelievable this year for Washington. Leading it off is Don Buford. I bet you Buford might have walked by that tunnel and take a hit. Give me a hit off that joint. You know, I think maybe Dave May. I'm sorry to say all the black dudes, but I just think the white dudes are. Belanger might have taken a hit. He smoked. He was a heavy smoker. Powell, no. I don't think Powell. I don't think Frank. First of all, don't do it at the game. That's the key, okay? I like weed too. Okay, here's Coleman leading off Buford. Flew to center, walked left on. Here's the pitch to Buford. And that's 2-7 right-handed, and he flies it to center for Rettenmund. And he makes the not Rettenmund, I'm sorry, May makes the catch. I got this waiting here. You want to talk about a micro, Kathy Harden? That's some good fucking shit. And it has a nice aftertaste. I used to do all sorts of shit when I was a kid. I would go even into an airport bathroom and have a pipe or something, or do something. You could make a pipe out of toilet paper roll. Here's Belanger now. Indeed, Kathy Harden. That is some, you know, I gotta give you some back of that. I'll give you some more of that. And I will go along there and enjoy it. I got a good feeling right now as Belanger comes up. It's a feeling of hunger, but it's not an anxiety-laden hunger. It's a feeling that I'm gonna want to eat, but I can wait. I might treat myself to a Mike's sub, a Jersey Mike's sub. And ice cream. Okay, here's Coleman facing Belanger. And you know what? If I am hungry, it's good that I can get in touch with it and feel it, because there's people who struggle with that all the frickin' time. It's so sad. But let me not go there right now, okay? Let me suppress it and not, you know, get myself off into it. Here's Coleman, Belanger at the plate, down the pitch, especially children. 4-6 right-handed, and he struck him out. That's the second time Coleman's gotten Belanger on strikes, and that's Coleman's fourth. That was a 4-6 right-handed, right down the frickin' pike. Oh, shit. I had this thing buffer. We're back. We are back. I thought they got me on a deadly copyright strike. We are back, folks. We had an unable to connect there for a bit, and then I had trouble reconnecting it. It's sometimes YouTube has its little things going on. So Belanger is retired. It's 2 outs, and here's Rettenmund. Rettenmund replacing Blair after Blair was caught by Earl Weaver smoking weed in the tunnel between innings, which set us off into a whole delay there. A whole up the garden path with LBJ. Okay, here's Rettenmund now, right-handed hitter, Coleman, 2 outs, no one on, and the pitch to Rettenmund. And that's going to be 1-6 right-handed, and he grounds it to second. And Bernie Allen takes it on 1 hop, and he throws him out, a 1-6 right-handed. And the side is retired. Coleman, really something today. He gets the Orioles 1-2-3, and we're heading to the 6th. Here's Phoebus in his first endurance inning. He's allowed 4 in 5 innings. If he can stay out of trouble, he'll stay in the game. Here's Epstein now. Walked and popped to second. Here's Phoebus. That's 110. Oh, and he hit him. Epstein just got hit in the thigh. Left-handed hitter got hit in the thigh area of his right leg. And he takes first base. Here's Ken McMullen. McMullen has walked and singled. Here's Phoebus now. And that's 2-5 right-handed, and he struck him out. McMullen struck out by Phoebus. His second. And here's Bernie Allen. Left-handed hitter. Have a few Mike and Ikes. Whoa! Just to curb the appetite. Okay, Phoebus now from the stretch. Allen at the plate. One for 2 singles scored. That's going to be 2-6 right-handed, and he grounds it to second, and it's going to be Floyd again. Steps on the bag and throws it to John Powell for a double play. So this Bobby Floyd has been, I wonder if he took a hit. That was a 2-6 right-handed, and the side is retired. Head to the bottom of the 6th. Bobby Floyd really doing well, even though, well, he is a 318. Bobby Floyd, a relatively obscure player. There was a jazz player named Bobby Floyd. And Floyd looks like he likes weed. Holy shit, this is big. Yeah, Bobby Floyd. Nice play by Bobby Floyd. I saw a picture of him when he was older. And I think it's worth looking at, but here he is. I wonder if this is the same Bobby Floyd. Kind of looks like him. I'm not going to bother. I don't want to make you all have to go too far down the rabbit hole. But I bet you that's Bobby Floyd, who's made some real nice plays. Well, Coleman coming out here, trying to hold the lead. It's 4-1 Senators here in the second game. Orioles took the first in the doubleheader 6-1. It's September 9 in our 69 replay. It's going to be Powell leading it off. Flew to center and walked. Coleman, the windup and the pitch. That's going to be 5-12 left-handed. Grounds to third X. That will be McMullen 314. .314, 3-3, S1 going through. That'll be 369, 14. And that's going to go through for a base hit, a leadoff single by Powell. It went past McMullen. He could not get it. Powell on first. He's a 1-10, by the way. So, you know, he's not as slow as a lot of people. I guess 1-8. I've never seen a 1-7. Have you? Here's Brooks now. And 1-9 seem rare, if there are any at all. Here's Brooks. Orioles are down by 3. It's Boog with a leadoff single. Coleman's first endurance inning is the 7th, next inning. Hanging out here on the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. Here's Coleman now. And the pitch to Brooks. That is 4-7. And he struck him out. Oh boy, that's 5 now. Coleman with a 4-7 strikeout of Brooks. And here's Dave May. I think May was definitely smoking grass. I think a whole bunch. I think they need to have a team meeting about this. Because I'm hearing things, Charles. I'm hearing people talk. Okay, here's Coleman now from the stretch with Powell on first, May at the plate. That's 5-5 left-handed, and he struck him out. That's 6. 2 in a row this inning. And Clay Dalrymple comes up. He's 2 for 2, singled twice. Knocked in a run. He knocked Dave May home in the 3rd. Clay Dalrymple at the plate. Coleman gets the sign from French. Into his windup, and the pitch to Clay. That's 3-4 right-handed, and he flies it to center field for May. Lee May with an E at the end. And the side is retired. So no runs, the leadoff single by Boog, and left on base. We've gone 6 here, and it is a 4-1 ball game. It is a 4-1 ball game, and in case you're wondering who the hell I am, I'm Jeffrey Guterman, and I am the host of this Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. It's also a subsidiary of the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network, and I gotta tell you, it's been a best morning I've had in a long frickin' time. Whoops, it's gotta be here. I think this is going on 4 hours now. By the way, I do post this sometimes to X, formerly Twitter, as Baseball Ambience. I recast it as Baseball Ambience, and I try to, for sleep, meditation, studying, stress, depression, anxiety, nostalgia, all sorts of things, mindfulness, and I try to post a picture or two that are related to the game and or the conversations that we've had. I'm taking a quick look at my X timeline, and I'm looking for any kind of news that is any kind of news that is significant. I think that and I believe it's available on audio only. Supreme Court ruling on Trump on the ballot. I'd rather us not get political in that way, but they're hearing arguments whether he should be kicked off the Colorado ballot, and this could be a precedent for all the other states. I'm not a Trump person, but I gotta tell you, even I have mixed feelings about it. And I've heard a lot of people who are not Trump people. I don't want to get political. I've been a moderate, and of course I swing back and forth. I get liberal about some things. I get conservative about some things. Let's not get into it. That's the biggest news that I see. Of course, all the shit going on, in Ukraine is still going on. Israel, Gaza, still going on. Nauseatingly. And I don't see anything in the last, I'm getting a report that the justices in the hearing are going very quick. They've asked the final question of Trump's lawyer. We're not going to hear for some days anyway. I don't think we don't hear cases the day an oral argument is given. Anybody out there? Anybody at all? Anybody freaking out there? I guess I will go ahead and finish this ball game and this doubleheader. I don't think I'm up for a game this afternoon, folks. I played this game this morning, and I'm actually getting through this to do the second game, and doing so quite pleasantly, having consumed about 1.5 pots of coffee in the morning, and then shifting. We're still in the morning, shifting early. I think it was about 9:30. A micro hit. I am medical, and really trying to stay calm. I hope I don't have to take a Klonopin. I'd rather fucking, I mean, if something drastic happens, that's okay. I'm in the mind to take a micro hit and finish off this ball game. In just a little bit, just a few minutes, if you don't mind, for me to just sort of chill out for a minute and can you believe there's people who reply to me on X, formerly Twitter, saying need help with rent due to unexpected expenses. I'm located in Alabama. I need $2,500 to make ends meet. Any assistance would be appreciated. And it's a poll. Be immensely appreciated, or thanks for considering. What a whacked out. I'm not putting the person down. I feel bad, but a very desperate, impossible measure. Near impossible. I mean, you know. I'm always hoping there's some old couple who is terribly rich who would give me some money. Like, first of all, a property, a house on the Intracoastal, and a sum of $800,000. There was a strike in Baghdad, a U.S. strike. It killed the leader of Hezbollah, and crowds are gathering in the streets of Baghdad chanting, "America is the devil." You know, don't get me started on criticizing the United States of America. Folks, I love the principles of America, and I love many of the people of America, including all of you, but this country was founded on brilliant democratic principles and hypocrisy. Principles are not enough, even though they're the best. You gotta follow it up with action, including the systematic genocide of Native Americans, the continual enslavement after the Dutch of Africans and other black persons, the deprivation of the right to vote, the right to own property, and other rights of women, continuing discrimination, segregation through the 19th century right into the 20th century, to the point where we finally passed the Civil Rights Act in '64 and a Voting Act in '64. The invasion of sovereign nations, namely Vietnam, Iraq. And if you want to talk about our other military interventions, if you will, in our lifetimes, so we don't have to talk about Korea, which is a whole nother story. We went into Afghanistan, prolonged a war there, when we could have done it more covertly, more based on reconnaissance, intelligence, and limited people on the ground. And you wonder, with Vietnam, Iraq, all the mistakes in foreign policy, and then Biden decides to pull out immediately from Afghanistan. And my one reason for going along with that would be, what if this was the right thing to do? But of course, if I were president, I don't think I would do that on my tour. I don't want to be a guy I would just sort of maybe bring down the levels, move the forces back in more of a sort of covert action. Don't occupy, less occupation. But I don't know. Now, as far as us funding Ukraine, I think it's just plain awful that anybody out there, does anybody even give one shit about what I'm talking about? I'm very concerned that Putin going into Ukraine, and the way Ukraine has been able to hold them off has been unbelievable thus far. And it really, I think it says a lot about also Russia's military is. I thought they were superpower military. They can't even occupy a whole nation? Well, look at us when we went into Iraq. We couldn't do that. Not really. I mean, I think we did but I'm very afraid of allowing Putin to take Ukraine, because I don't think it stops from there, and therefore I support the funding. It's just one of those tough choices to make. Anybody out there at all? It's one of those tough choices to make because what's the alternative? We're not sending any troops. And he really is, they've lost a lot of troops, Russia. My guess would be they've lost more troops than Ukraine. So, I think it's fair to say we are mired. Oh, shit. What the hell is going on here with my TV here? What the fuck? Well, that is a debate. CJ Jamie, you may be much more informed than me about it. But I think we did. You say it was DR in the north who invaded the south. That's true, but I think both can be true. I think one wrong doesn't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right. You know what I'm saying? That's the only response I have. But I respectfully appreciate your view on that. YouTube, Jeffrey Guterman, Baltimore. Somehow lost the YouTube connection there. We're getting closer to noontime. That's, I think, a good time for me to go get my eats. And we'll try to whip through the last 3 innings of this game in a reasonable manner. This has been, I think it's been a most enjoyable ball game for me, at least. I've enjoyed especially the middle part there with us chatting about Blair and LBJ and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna come back to this ball game and play some ball. Part of me is waiting for the shoe to drop when I'm feeling this good for this long, or I should say this satisfactory for this long. Phoebus takes the mound. This is his second endurance inning. He's due up next inning, so this is probably his last inning. Reichert is available. Here's Brantley to lead it off for the Senators. Top of the 7th, 4-1 Nats. Here's Phoebus now. The pitch to Aaliyah. 4-8 right-handed, and that's a base hit. For Aaliyah, his second of the game. 4-8. And that'll be, here's Jim French now. Again, this is Phoebus' second endurance inning. He's clean thus far. French left-handed hitter. Phoebus from the stretch. That's 1-7 right-handed, and he walked him. And that'll bring up Coleman. One more hit or walk. He's reached fatigue. I could pull him now, but I'm going to let him hit to Coleman. Coleman is a B. We may try to blow their minds with a bunt. He's a B bunter. And that's an infield back 5, and it's a beauty. Oh, Oh, Lord, that's pretty. Infield stays back. It's tapped back to Phoebus. And he throws to first, and the runners advance. So it's one out, second and third. And here comes Steady Eddie. 1 for 3 today. In fact, he is now 1 for 7 today. Phoebus. And the pitch to Brinkman. That is 1-6 right-handed. Oh, my Lord, Eddie! Oh! Kathy Harden, are you there? Eddie has hit it out again. And we don't have to worry at all about whether it was a re-roll of the same roll. It was ages ago. It is a fluke. It's 3 on the 20 die. And it's a 3-run frickin' home run for Eddie Brinkman, 2 in the game. And I say that's very realistic. And I also say that Weaver is coming out. Holy cow. Eddie with his second home run of the ball game. Oh my, anybody there? Anybody at all? Let me look at it again, please. Oh, my Lord. 1-6 right-handed. Home run 1 to 4. It's a 3. He just hit his Phoebus fatigued Eddie. Isn't it the other way around? Isn't it the other way around, Kathy Harden? And it's just out of respect that I ask. Didn't Eddie fatigue Phoebus? It's an honest question. It's going to be little Eddie Brinkman, steady Eddie Brinkman, having a shit load great game. His second home run, I bet you he never hit 2 home runs in a game. I wouldn't bet my life on it. And that's it for Phoebus. And that was the one that hit him fatigued. He pitched 6 1/3. He's the loser of record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hits. They tried to stay with him. 1, 2, 3 walks. He struck out 2, and he is allowed. We can clean him off now. 7 runs. And Reichert is coming in, so help me God. Reichert is coming in. Indeed, Kathy Harden. That is and there will be, I say with you on that, touche. Touche, Kathy Harden. Touche. I'm very, very concrete guy sometimes. I know when to I should know when to lay off that shit. There's going to be a little break in the action because Pete Reichert is making his way from the bullpen. Fortunately, it's not too far away to come in. He is a left-hander. Phoebus the loser of record, Coleman the winner here in the second game. And quite a ball game it has been. It is now a 7-1 ball game. O's took the first game 6-1. Cuellar, the complete game win. And here it's just about all the other way around. All Senators. They've hit 3 home runs. Brinkman's hit 2 of them. May hit a back-to-back after Brinkman's 3rd inning home run. All solo shots. And we'll see if May's up for it again. It's Pete Reichert who has reached the... Oh, my God. SG Jamie has... And I'm glad I didn't bet my life on it. He hit 2 homers in a game in 1974. Well, I'll be a horse's ass. And once again, more evidence of why it's a good idea to take the position that one would never die for their beliefs. Because we may be wrong. You know, this thing, give me liberty. Well, I disagree with what you're saying, but I will defend with my life your right to say it. I'm not defending with my life your right to say anything. Shit. That's not what free speech means. Christ. Reichert is at the mound now. He's taking his warm-ups, and I'm glad they're blowing out the Orioles here. I don't care if they don't win 116 games or whatever the hell it is. I don't give a shit about that. Reichert taking his warm-ups here. And he's ready. And here's Lee May now. Yeah, still got some baseball to play here. Here's Reichert. And the pitch to May. That's going to be 5-7 left-handed. He struck him out. That's 2 outs. Folks, I just made a decision. During the 7th inning stretch, I'll continue this broadcast, but I'm going out to get myself something to eat and anything else I need. I need water, too. So I'm going to do it. There'll probably be a 15 to 20-minute break here. This is a all-morning, all-afternoon affair. 2 outs. And here's Frank Howard. I might even check the battery life. And see how we're doing on that. Right? So I might take you along with me too. I need water and a dessert. A water and a dessert. In addition to my sub. Okay, Riker, 2 outs now, nobody on. This is an all-day thing. The pitch to Howard. That's 4-3, right-handed. Grounds to first X. And that will be Powell, a 3-8. Might take you for a little walk. 3-8, 16-3. It's a G1. 5-10-11. And he takes it to the bag, big boom boom. But 3 more runs, knocking out Phoebus. It's the 7th inning stretch, and it's 7-1 ball game. Reichert comes in. And, oh, look at that. He's due up. My Christ, that happened so quickly. Well, this is a case where it is worth having Bertania, who pitched in real world, come into a 7-1 ball game. I'm not bringing Watt in. Okay, that's just my choice. Who's the big man? Yeah, the big man. Big man hit it to another big man. The big man hit it to Powell. And it's 7-1, and when we come back, it's going to be Coleman. And what a performance he's had here. I'm going to switch this to cellular. You might go. And I'm going to put some socks on. It takes a minute, and sometimes the reception, ironically, is not as good in here on cellular, but once I get out, it gets better. Stand by, people. Oh, my Lord. What was this? This must have been yesterday. Oh. God, it feels so much later to me, folks. Pub sub time. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a sub. I rarely do, but I'm gonna treat myself to it. Oh. Oh my God. Boy, that's been a lot of sitting and broadcasting and playing, and this is a chance to get outside and get some fresh air. Now, before I go, I just want to see there is a voicemail, and I hate those from spam callers. And I just want to check that, and there might be a brief interruption here. Stand by. And we're back. We are back and we're ready to go. Let me just get my wallet. I got my wallet. Let me go get my keys. We do need water, so there's no avoiding that frickin' place. We are going to step outside of Studio B. And many of you may hear me make reference to Studio B. I keep forgetting to put these things inside because my other pair got stolen. This really is Studio B. Okay, I'm not shitting you. And I gotta tell you, I can tell already that this day is so beautiful. God, is it beautiful. It's actually, I'm surprised I have no air conditioning on. It is almost perfect. In fact, the sun is a little bright, okay? The sun is just a tad bright for me. There is a world outside. It's sunny, but God, is it? It's probably about 76, 77. With the sun, the bright sun, it probably feels warmer, you know what I mean? There's a supple breeze, which is very nice. Just you see how close I am. I know it's expensive, but I don't do this often. I might even get a large. Really stuff myself. But I think the medium is sufficient. And I think I should get a medium because I am trying to watch my weight. This is US 1 Federal Highway. To the right is north, to the left is south. It runs north and south basically. And here's Jersey Mike's. It's so sunny I can't even see now. There's some cover there. I can't even see what's showing in the viewfinder. I can't even see anything. Here we go. Yeah, that's better. I'm gonna head there in just a minute. I may have to point this thing down so no one gets, I saw some people looking at me. I take this walk right up this street about, maybe half a mile, give or take, to go to the pharmacy. I am going to point this down when I go in. I'm going to head in now. Oh. Yes, ma'am. Club Supreme, regular. Yeah. Thank you. For someone like me, it really is, I should force myself to get, thank you, the regular instead of the large, because I'm just going to end up gorging myself unnecessarily.
No lettuce, no nothing. My bad. Nah, mayo. Yeah.
Ooh. I took a course called, believe it or not, The Psychology of Play. And one of the principles is you need all your bodily needs satisfied in order to enjoy play. Hi, how are you? I'll just take a fair amount of lettuce. A fair amount. That's very fair. I'll take a fair amount of onions. I'll take pickles across the board. I'll take 3 banana. I'll take 2 jalapenos. I'll take just a drizzle of that sauce right there. Just a drizzle. Yeah, that's good. And then I will take, spicy mustard. Not too much, though. And, of course, I'll take as much bacon as you'll give me. Oh, shit. No, yeah, there she goes. Not too much. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's a beauty. That's almost like a... and I'll take a lot of it if you can, unless you're limited. Oh, I love it. If that's all I'm allowed. Yeah. It's extra, yeah. We'll take that. Oh, and could you take some pepper and just go over it lightly? And you made a perfect sandwich there. Perfect. Oh, is that beautiful? Look at all that bacon. Shit. Whoa. Too bad she couldn't throw that piece hanging out. Beautiful, thank you. No, thank you, ma'am. It says wait for cashier. Thank you. I could trouble you for that? Oh, it's so nice of you. That way I can transport it. Can I trouble you for the receipt? Thank you.
Now what killed me, that old nigga though, that shit killed me.
Thank you so much. What's that now? Napkins. That's a great freaking idea. I'd say that's pretty fucking good. Well, I'll take a couple napkins. Sure. Now I'll head on over. When I'm troubled, when I'm in a shitty mood, when I'm anxious, I rush this shit. I'm not rushing shit right now. There's no reason. Sometimes I have the cockeyed idea that if I don't hurry up and get home, something bad may happen. Or I need to find out about something bad happening. But it's going to happen regardless, so I know that some of these broadcasts can make people hungry, but I got to tell you, I have bodily needs because I am a mere human. I'm a frickin' fallible human being, as we all are. A biological organism, and we are in the primate family. Just think about that. Think about the idea that we are animals. You ever hear people contrast humans and they say, well, humans aren't like animals because, well, wait a minute. Humans are animals. I like these small carts. I don't usually use carts, but today I will because I am getting a water and I am broadcasting. I have potato chips in case I want a snack. And the only thing I'd like is something very small and something very sweet. It just might be some chocolate. That's might be what it'll be. Oh, thank you, sir. It's no problem. I'm going to take a spring water. I got it. Thank you so much. I used to get the distilled, and then my son got on me about it. He says, there's no hydration in distilled water. I said, all right. So I get spring. Here, we're just going to go. We're going to find, they have good deals on chocolate. Right here. Here's where I get my Mike and Ike's. I've already had Mike and Ike's. But I can get a very good deal, for example. I don't think it's a bad deal. I think $1.49 for these Snickers is an incredible deal this day and age. And it's the fun size. And that's it. We don't need anything else. We're not getting anything else. Now we'll head to the self-checkout. Take it nice and slow. This one looks open. Both? Oh, even that? Okay. No problem. Thank you. Always try to be courteous to these people because I have to come back here.
Please remember to take your receipt and check the coupon printer for any coupons which may be available to you.
This broadcast has been going on 5.5 hours. We're in the 7th inning stretch here. Oh, here we go. Whoops, oh, I'm so sorry.
Please remember to take your welcome. Please check your language.
I'm going to put this down.
Which may be available to you. Thank you for shopping at Winn-Dixon. Enter your phone number. Enter phone number. Rewards account accepted. 129. Place your item in the bagging area. Select your language. Enter your phone. Enter phone. Rewards account accepted. 159. 869. Place your item. 2. Scan coupon. Your total is $2.99. Please select your pay. Please wait. System processing. Follow the instructions on the pin pad. $4.99. 11.99. 11.99. 3.89. Credit 90 cents. 12.99. Please remember to take your receipt and check the coupon printer for any coupons which may be available to you. Thank you for shopping at Winn-Dixie. Cents. $11.99. Please remove all bagged items. Place your item in the bagging area. $11.99. Please remove all bagged items. To scan all coupons. Welcome. Please select your language. Scan coupon now. Insert coupon. Scan coupon now. Your order contains an age-restricted item. Help is on the way.
This store's been off service for well over a week. Sure we have everything. We'll carry this with one hand to Studio B. There we go. And I am so close, you see, so close to this supermarket. You just go up right up here, take a right. The home of Studio B in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I hold it down so you don't see the number address. But lo and behold, this is Studio B. And, you know, it's common practice for people like me who are impatient to just get all sorts of impatient, wanting to unload shit and all. I say take it slow and go back to your usual arrangement. That shit can wait a moment. Lock the door, hang the keys. Let me switch to mobile. There we go. And in case of any of you wondering, we're in the 7th inning stretch. In the second game of a doubleheader, Baltimore took the first one 6-1, and the Orioles will be coming up in the bottom of the 7th with Coleman, who has gone all the way. Doing a very nice job. Snickers go in the freezer. The water in the refrigerator. A little bit of water left. And like I said, I went out now for a reason. I'm freaking hungry. And I'm gonna go enjoy my sandwich right now. So we will continue to be slightly delayed here. And let me take my sneakers off. I lead a very eccentric life. These sneakers are 10 years old. These sneakers are 10 years old. Because I remember the year I got them, they might be 11 years old. 2012 or 2013. Oh. Oh. Question from Kathy Harden. The first Star Wars film was episode number what and the title? There it is, folks. Kathy Harden with one of her great questions. first Star Wars film, I think it was called Star Wars. It was episode 3, I'm not sure. Any takers in text? Kathy Harden, the first Star Wars film, what episode number was it and what was the title? You mean the first one released? Let's have it, Kathy. The first one was released was Star Wars. The second one was Jedi. Oh, The Empire Strikes Back. Oh, I think you're right. Wow. And then they did prequels, like Return of the Jedi. Oh. Oh. I used to woof down something like this, like that, and I've learned to eat slowly. Or eat slower. So the first release, absolute release, was The Empire Strikes Back. Were you a Star Wars fan, Kathy? No? Okay. Neither was I. I just never got into it. Oh boy, that's good. Mm. We're going to be heading to the bottom of the 7th in due course here. Orioles trailing by 6 now. Joel Coleman. I'm going to tell you something really cool. I'm wrapping up this sub and I'm having the rest of it later. I'm wrapping this up because I think I'll appreciate it more later than if I just pull it down right now. Yeah, Kathy, it's like a second meal when you add the Pringles. You know, I got a 2-for-1 on the Pringles, folks. That's why I got Pringles. Be really impressed by the deals you can get if you look for 2-for-1, if you like it. Oh, that was good. You know, I don't like to be completely satiated of hunger. You know what I mean? I don't like to be quote unquote full. I don't like that at all. That I like to be just right and even maybe a little hungry. Just as if there's room for more. Plenty of room. And we're getting back to this ball game. But before then, I'm doing a super, super micro. Super micro. This has been a game. We've gone over 5 hours. We're on the 6, 12, 24, 30. We're approaching 6 hours and 10 minutes. 6, 12, 24, 30. We've gone 5 hours and 50 minutes. I don't know what the longest you've gone on on YouTube. And it's been an absolute pleasure as far as I'm concerned. Where is my frickin' lighter? Just joking. It's over there. Just joking with the feigned irritability and impatience. I like to say that sometimes. This is a real micro, folks. It's a super micro. Oh, that was freaking perfect. Sometimes if it's too small, it shoots right through and you miss the whole thing. That's why you got to be very careful to get the balance between fire and maybe strong heat, actually, and just the very edges of the actual fire. Exactly. Well, you know, this game has been about a lot of things. It's been about Eddie Brinkman. Good morning, Aqualong. Great to see you. We have been on for 5 hours and 54 minutes and 21 seconds with this doubleheader. And I even went to get some lunch and a couple other things I needed in the here in Studio B. The 2 home runs by Eddie Brinkman, back-to-backs by Brinkman in May. But the Coleman pitching has been something else. It's a 7-1 ball game. Coleman on the mound. Floyd will lead it off. And there'll surely be a hitter for Reichart with Bertania warming. Here's Coleman now. And the pitch to Floyd. That is 1-8, right-handed, struck him out. My Lord Christ. I should have known. But he was in the lineup. Now there's going to be a hitter here. And by the way, good afternoon. For those of you just joining us, Charles Caracciolo was here earlier and noted that Weaver and Blair got into an argument. He was caught smoking grass. Weaver moved him out. Redmond brought him back in. That's a whole story that I'd rather not get into. We spent a great deal of time on that. It's going to be Kurt Martin. Kurt Martin. But it was the first time someone other than myself in my replays instigated an actual significant event that led to actually Weaver pulling him. And here's Kurt Martin pinch hitting for Reichart. Here's Martin now. Coleman, he gets the sign from French. That's 3-8 right-handed, and he walked him. So Martin is on, and he has speed. Martin has speed. 3-8 right-handed. Martin on first. And here's Buford. Some people are talking. It was a big scandal there, Steve. Big thing. Questions. There's rumors going around. People think Buford took a hit. Belanger took a hit. May might have taken a hit. I don't think Powell and Brooks partook. And they were losing while they're doing it, no less. I mean, you don't do that at a ballpark. It's 1 out with Martin on first. It's Buford now. Orioles down by 6, bottom of the 7th. Here's Coleman. We got 5-10, switch hitter batting left. It's a ballpark. This is a ballpark effect. 5-10 diamonds on the switch hitter batting left. It's going to be a home run ballpark effect in Baltimore. And it's a 7 on the die, looking good, going deep. And against the switch hitter batting left. Oh, it's caught. caught by Brantalia. Again, ooh, a long drive. Buford switch hitter. He's a left-handed hitter, and it was a 5-10 against the left-handed hitter. And there it is with your diamonds. And left-handed hitter, how many times are we going to go over it? 1-2 is a home run. It was a 7. So it's a fly to right B. And the runner holds. 2 outs. There were rumors. Shit, people are talking. You know, Charles, that's what happens. You know. And Charles, I'm hearing now that after this game, immediately after this game, Weaver has called for a team meeting. A team meeting. And Buford will not be there. Blair will not be there. He was told not only to get out of the game, leave the ballpark, go home. But that might have been a dangerous thing for Weaver to do, because now he's going to drive on weed, which I always thought I was a better driver. Okay, then my problem is I'm too slow. I'm too freaking careful. 2 outs, nobody. 2 outs, Martin on first. This is Coleman's first endurance inning. Here's Belanger now. They're talking about, you talk about rumors. They're not rumors. They're people talking about Buford took a hit. It wasn't only Blair. It was Buford walking by and taking a hit, along with May. I'm hearing, and Belanger. You know, he was a heavy smoker, and he said he'd go for some of that shit. I mean, something to take the edge off. It's been a long season. They have won 102 frickin' ball games. I think that Weaver needs to be careful. And I'm more than glad to let you know. Never mind Weaver. Bowie. No, you're right. Bowie had a frickin'. He must have had something jammed up his ass. I don't know what it was. Was he even a real person? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Charles. And you want to talk about narrative? Jesus Christ. 2 outs. We'll have to talk about Bowie. Yeah, but what I want to tell you about Weaver, I think this is going to be a learning moment for the Orioles. Okay. In fact, I want to write that down. But Blair won't be there. But I'm going to tell you, one of the coaches, I'm not sure who, will be taking minutes . And I've just outlined what will be my post-game, post-doubleheader broadcast about the Weaver meeting. We're not lucky enough to be able to be in it, but we might sure as hell be able to get reports on it, okay? And while we're waiting for that, maybe we'll do a replay of the LBJ phone call to Hager, Joe Hager Clothing Company, because that never gets old. That freaking never. And there's always something new you learn about it. Uh, oh, oh, Lord, I'd love to share a lot of things. 2 outs. Here's Belanger now. Belanger 0 for 2, struck out twice and had a bunt. It's Coleman now. And the pitch to Belanger. That's 5-6. And he flies it to right. That's playable by Brantalia. He's under it, and again he makes a catch. Out in right. And the side is retired. That's beautiful. It's no runs, Coleman. No hits. He did walk Martin. And it's a 7-1 ball game. And I am so freaking sorry, people, if you're for the Orioles. But I'm really sticking it to him right now. It feels right. Frank Bertania. ERA 5.62. He hasn't had a chance to pitch much. He pitched in this game in real frickin' world, and they won it. I am not bringing Watt in a, and there's, I could use, what's his name if I wanted a better pitcher, Steven or Leonard, okay? It's Bertania, or Bertania. I think there's a tilde over the N. I don't know much about Frank Bertania. Oh, was that his first year? Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see if that comes into play in our narrative, Charles. We'll see in forthcoming days. I don't know. Maybe Blair will be suspended. It's not going to hurt the Orioles. You know what I'm saying? He just happened to make the mistake. Others took hits. That's what I'm hearing. And Bertania coming from... I didn't know that, Charles. Hired in February 69. Folks, if you just allow me to process some of this right now, I sure would appreciate it. As LBJ said, if you could do that with me with the pants, I sure would be grateful. He was an animal. He was a frickin' an uncouth guy. Some of the stuff he did was great. Some of the stuff he did was brilliant. Some of the stuff he did was historic, thumbs up. But the miring in Vietnam makes for a terribly mixed legacy. Every president has a mixed legacy. There's no president who's completely good, did completely good. Let me get Reichert in here while I can. He pitched 2/3 perfectly. Bertania, I remember seeing Bowie many times on film next to Nixon throwing out the first pitch in Washington. A great American tradition. I remember him in the Mets clubhouse when they won it all. I remember John V. Lindsay was there, and someone poured champagne, I think it was Grody, but I'm not certain, over Lindsay, and then so Lindsay went ahead and poured some on his head. Okay. You remember Lindsay? The man who... Was he really furious? I think he was just surprised by it. You realize you're subjected to that. The Mets have just won the frickin' World Series. If you can't, I think, what evidence do you have that he was furious? I have a facial expression of surprise and a behavioral reaction of, okay, if you do it to me, I can do it to you, which is playful. So I didn't see any fury. Yeah, Charles Caracciolo says maybe so. I watched that shit. Okay. I watched when he called up Seaver, and Seaver came up, and Cleon just happened to be there, and Seaver put his arm around Cleon, and it was such a beautiful. Seaver is a very I don't know if the word is gregarious. He was a very verbal, loud, not loud, but a bit rambunctious in his personality. It was great. Great. He wasn't some quiet guy like Kuzman. Okay. Kuzman was a little bit, but he was, yeah. And boy, did he have excitement there in the dugout. I'm just processing this, folks, what Charles Caracciolo has laid on me. You read it somewhere? Okay, Seaver was against Vietnam, as was Brooks Robinson. I should frickin' hope so. Bill Ivan, who thinks I look older than LBJ. Boy, I must look old. Shit. Yeah, it's cool, Bill. Hey, Bill Imey. He was in the service? Okay. That's even more, I appreciate that. And Brooks also. I was against the war in '69, for Christ's sakes. I was 11 and a half, or whatever age I was. And there is a great documentary on YouTube that covers the '69 season. And it goes through, I could try to search it for you all just here right now, on YouTube. Do a quick search. There's a great overview, and it talks about the unrest, and also I think it's this one. Just give me a minute. I'll post it on the community board. Yeah, that's the moonlit. You see, that's awesome. I want to share this with all you. Just remember, I'm doing this for the I'm doing this on the community board. Updated standings are available, by the way. Let me add this in real time. Oh, Christ. This fucking thing should be able to let me do it, but here it is. I had to do it manually, but if you go on the community board, you'll see it right here. Here is the doc on the 1969 seasons with mention of the Vietnam and moon landing. It's worth listening to. It's worth watching. or just at least listening, because it does sort of do a nice sort of context for what the world was going through. I also watched the 68, where they talked about the riots. And there were riots in Detroit, I believe, after they won it all. And I think they were, you know, riots related to civil rights. I don't like to call them race riots. I guess you could if you don't take it, you know, badly. But I see them as civil rights riots. And we're heading to the top of the 8th. It's a 7-1 ball game. How do you like that? Yeah, many players. In fact, bench was out for about 2 games. And then somehow I found out by listening to a broadcast of a game from the same season, real world broadcast, around one of the times when he wasn't playing. And I caught that, and it was very cool. It was very, very, very cool. There was a lot of them. Okay. Bill Ivamy with Gordon Lightfoot referring to his Black Day in July song about the Detroit riots. To call it a riot is a bit simplified. It's not a thick description. And I'm going to be ready for Britannia, and I will be ready in just a couple minutes. Okay. Coleman has gone all the way. It's been quite a game. Quite an enjoyable, leisurely ball game. Lots of shit in between. It's almost been like a motif of a ball game. With lots of chatter, lots of talk, lots of fun. I think maybe the funnest part was Charles Caracciolo invoking an observation of Paul Blair smoking grass. I think it's hilarious, in the tunnel, and just getting a new anus ripped by Earl Weaver. Okay, Ivamy. You know, they won the first game 6-1, Bill? Did you know that? Cuellar went all the way. There's the score sheet. He went all the frickin' way. Carlos started for Washington. He was shelled in the first inning, and then Jan Dukes came in and pitched very impressive baseball in his major league debut, 5 2/3. But they lost at 6-1. Big man hit his 49th of the year, and he's 2 behind the dog. Well, you know what? Well, Charles, you can do the wrinkles as you wish, but I'm just saying don't force them. And that's just a suggestion. You do whatever the hell you want. But this was an intuitive decision that I made when I saw your post. This was not something I wait to do. Okay? It was a very frickin' intuitive, knee-jerk, almost knee-jerk. In the moment of blinking, as Malcolm, I forgot his full name, Malcolm, the author who wrote Blink and other books on great topics. Yeah, exactly, Steve Aqualung, high-flying birds. Exactly. Well, there are rumors. It's really in the rumor stage right here, Steve, that others who may have partook were Buford, Mark Belanger, and Dave May. That's all we're getting from interesting source. I'll tell you that, and I'm not permitted to reveal that source. Britannia is he did well. He'll pitch his first full inning. It's a 7-1 ball game. Have savored this, folks. We have a post. Gladwell, thank you. Blink. It's really worth reading, folks, and he's very readable. Very enjoyable. And it's a fascinating treatise on how human beings act without thinking. I should say seemingly without thinking. Okay? And how important that is to be able to pause, stop, and not act on an emotion or something. Okay? I'm just about done having digested those very cool comments from that started with the Charles Caracciolo. I'm not talking about the Blair incident. I'm talking about the most recent. Oh, let me read what. Oh, him adding wrinkles. Yeah, Steve has mentioned high flying bird. And, I've got to tell you, for its time, it's an incredible, the words are incredible, and the composition, musical composition by Elton of High Flying Bird, which was on Don't Shoot Me, the album Don't Shoot Me. How he came up with that melody, you wore a little cross of gold around your neck. It just unbelievable. And I think Blues for Baby and Me on that album is one of the most neglected in terms of just the hook that he had. And the words are just unbelievable. Let me see this with Charles Caracciolo has a, it doesn't have to be the last question. On this kerfuffle, what is a kerfuffle? Am I going demented? What is a kerfuffle? What will this situation be called for posterity? The Blair incident? I see what we're talking here. It's a good question. And we don't know how far this is going to expand. Okay? It just happened. Okay? We don't know. As long as it doesn't get crazy, right? We just don't know I'm hearing from you. I don't know if that's just a speculation. That Bowie. His freaking name is Bowie, isn't it? Just like David Bowie. Bowie. And what the fuck is with this guy? It's about as stiff and fake as wood. Okay, I mean, really. What a frickin', all the commissioners have been basically, one guy had a heart attack when it went unnoticed. You remember that guy? You can have a heart, and then he did die of a heart attack, a bad one. People can have mild heart attacks that go unnoticed. It's very scary. That I don't want to get into it. Britannia will be pitching the top of the 8th, and please don't miss our post-game coverage of what we're hearing is a closed-door meeting being called by Weaver on what thus far, if we could tentatively, Charles, call it the Blair incident. And Frank Bertinia has sort of a spooky sound to it, like the Blair Witch Trials or something. Giamatti, the Rose thing killed him. Was that before steroids? Boy, he was a shit. No comment. I don't know what was going on with him. And I didn't like what's his name? I didn't like right now it's Rob Manfred, and you can probably go look at all of them. Probably have a list of all of them. No. They should really make it, they should have, maybe it's under C also. Boy, that's a big section. My God. Whew. You remember Seelig? Seelig I did not like. He just wasn't my, I can't find a frickin' list. Can you believe that? But Seelig, I'll go off that. Oh, is that right? Joel Horlin. I did not know that. I did not know that. I can't believe it's only 12:52. I feel like, I've been going on. Okay, Batania will face Epstein here in the top of the 8th, and don't miss our post-game coverage of the closed-door meeting scheduled by Weaver for the Blair incident. Here's Britannia now, and the pitch to Epstein. That's 1-6, and he struck him out. Oh, Britannia's looked good thus far. Britannia has looked good thus far. And Ken McMullen is the batter. Oh, you like Giamatti? Yeah. I never liked any of them really, but I didn't dislike many of them, but I thought Selig, there was some sort of bizarreness to just watching him at the ballpark when Barry Bonds had 755 home runs and was going to break it. And then when he did it in the game, Selig just stood there. So what was he doing there? Okay, if you're not freaking clapping for that, you shouldn't, I wouldn't have gone there. Okay? I wouldn't have freaking gone. Here's McMullen now. I say just get it over with and take out the steroid use as a disqualification, unless you did something like lie under oath to Congress or something, and or you know, case by case, and just make it that was the error. That was the way it was back then. And that should be a reflection on the numbers. And I say induct them in the Hall. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't see any rule that said if you use drug-enhancing, performance-enhancing drugs, that you can't get in the Hall of Fame. I never saw that rule. Show me that rule. I know there's a rule about gambling. Manfred let the cheating Astros off the hook. You know, that's another issue, is maybe with the growth of technology, you should be allowed to do shit like that. So as if you're on offense, for example, or you're the pitcher, whatever it is, if you're the potential victim, you need to have your own precautions. You have to have counter surveillance and measures to take so that doesn't happen. I say, you know what I'm saying? That's what I say about that. That's, you know, the technology is there, and it should be like a war. You know, what kind of, you know, there are rules of war. Here's McMullen now, Bertania, and the pitch. There it goes. It's 6-7 right-handed, and that's going to be a drive hit out for a double off Bertania, and that's juice. Bertania has a chunky ERA. It's over 5. Bertain, is there a tilde over that end? Does anybody know? I could look it up. 6-6, right? Wait a minute, that may be 6-7, yeah. And that is a double. Oh, Lord. Now here's Bernie now. Senators having a great game too here, and it's quite a you know, I'm for the Senators. It's quite a I am quite pleased. You know, sure they lost the first game. Okay, Cuellar pitched. He was great. They're winning in this game. Forget about that game. That game's over. This is a 7-1 ball game, and it's Joe Coleman looking for win number 17. So we'll see. Here's Bernie Allen now. Bertania from the stretch now. And the pitch to Bernie. Whoa! That's 410 left-handed. Struck him out. Oh, Bertania. Frank Bertania. Let me look it up, since I don't think anybody else cares too much. What the hell is the pronunciation of that? I don't see any freaking tildes. I do see that he died. I think there's a lot to him that it's worth checking out sometime. I'm not going to put too much time on this. He had a heart attack. He had complications after. He survived the heart attack, at least. And he died when he was my age. Bertaina. That doesn't sound right. Bertania, I think it is going to be, but Bertaina. Maybe it is Bertaina. Meanwhile, Bertania will face Aaliyah with 2 outs and McMullen on second. And the pitch to Aaliyah. That's easy to say. 4-3 right-handed, fly ball right X. Squeeze one in there. That's going to be from May. He's at 220. It's going to be a 2-frickin-20 there. Oh, just taking my time here. Well, that's a re-roll. That's a 19-2. It's an F3. May E20. That's 5-8-11. Oh, he boots it. Oh, a 2-base. Oh my. And that method, Steve, is working out very nicely for me, by the way. I want to thank you for that. I'd like to show you all this. This might, I don't know if this is going to score a run here. One of the advantages of it, Steve, is that the complete roll is here. Okay. So on May, it is a fly ball. We've lost the original roll, but and my writing it down always helps. You see, now I know it was to right. It was to right, and that's going to be for May at 220. And 19-2, it's an F3, and then 20 with 11. And there's the 11 right there, E2. And that's going to score a freaking run. We're going to, if you want, we'll check F3, E2. This might be 3. F2, E2, 2-2. So it's a 2-base error scoring McMullen. A 2-base error by May, and we've been talking about him smoking the weed. And that's pretty messed up shit. And that's unearned. That shit is unearned. So now it is a 8-1 ball game. So, yeah, I really enjoy it. I for some reason now I'm a little slow because I'm so ripped. Here's Jim French now. Let's see, Britannia with 2 outs and Aaliyah on second after the error by May, and that's going to call into question. I think they're going to do drug analysis. I think Weaver is going to ask every player, and I don't know what laws they had back then in '69, Charles, and if they find cannabis in anybody's urine, I think they along with Blair should at least miss a game. Okay, this team has it wrapped up. They fucking clinched the division, and the real question is for Weaver to get to we'll wait for the closed door meeting, the report from it. Okay, here's French now with Bernie Allen on second, 2 down. Here's Bertana and the pitch. There it goes. 3-9 left-handed. He popped it up to second for Floyd. Floyd adamantly denies using, and the side is retired. He adamantly denies. In fact, he's probably going to ask for a urine cup. He'll be the first person to ask for their urine to be examined. And we are in the middle of the eighth. It's now an 8-1, and I think it's a lovely ball game. I don't know about you. I've been doing this sort of casually and sort of, I don't think I want to take any more hits, but I'm doing fine on the weed right now. No sense of severe worry or anything. I'm always worried in the back of my mind. Just hoping that my kid and his wife, my daughter-in-law, are okay. It's sort of a sick kind of, but I think they're adults. They take care of themselves, you know. So that's what happens. We're gonna head to the bottom of the eighth. It's 8-1. O's are down by 7. I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put it past them to come back. But the problem has been one Joe Coleman, and he has pitched a game going for his 17th win. And he's really been tough today, and been a pleasure to watch him pitch. And I have really brought it back. 1:05 p.m. Eastern? It feels like it's 5 p.m. to me. What the hell is going on? Shit. And I went to take a nap, and I hardly napped, but I after about 50 minutes, I felt like I was half asleep, and I said, that's actually what I think science research shows is ideal, not more. Not to sleep for 2 frickin' hours or something. I mean, I would be intent to lie in bed all frickin' day and night. Just put my brain in a jar, okay, and just keep it working and keep it hooked up to shit. I don't have anything else to say. Here's Coleman now, and it's going to be Rettenmund, who came in for Blair. We had the Blair incident earlier. And then Powell and Robinson. Orioles down by 7. Coleman has gone all the way. This is his second endurance inning. He has endurance. And Coleman, the windup and the pitch to Rettenmund. There it is, 3-9 right-handed, taps it back to Coleman. And he throws it over to Epstein for the first out. And here's Powell. Powell hit a solo home run in the first game. Here he's 1 for 2 and a walk. Got 2 big men in this ball game, and they're Howard and Powell. I don't know how much shorter Powell was. Here's Coleman now, and the pitch to Powell. And that's 210 right-handed. That's a ballpark effect. It's hit well to left by Boog. And it's going to be an 11. Oh my, left-hander home run. And that is caught. Lord. That is caught by the right fielder. Whoa. 2 outs. Let's look at that again. Jeez. Tough break for Boog, right at the warning track. Aaliyah caught it. Again, it was a 210 right-handed ballpark effect diamond. And it was an 11 in Baltimore. And that's a fly out to right. Two down. And here's Brooks Robinson. Brooks made a very, very, I think he was being sarcastic, Charles, when he says, "What is marijuana?" When the report came in of him in the tunnel observing it, there were a number of players who observed the interaction between Weaver and Blair. Here's Coleman now, and the pitch to Robinson. And that will be 6-11, right-handed, hit to right X. That's for Aaliyah, 418. (14-4). F2. E18, 3-5-7 on an E18. And he makes the catch, and the side is retired. Oh, another 1-2-3 for Coleman. Actually, the only other was in the first inning, but he has been amazing. And it's 8-1 after 8 here in the second game of a doubleheader. The second game. Here's a question from Kathy Harden. Folks, it's a question from Kathy Harden, and I'm liking the way she just drops those in there. Love it. The first generation of Pontiac muscle car was last produced in 1968. Cue the Beach Boys. I'll read it again. The first generation of Pontiac muscle car was last produced in 1969. I don't understand. Cue the Beach Boys. Joe Horland calls the Thunderbird. That's what you would listen to cruising. That's what you would listen to cruising. I think there's a song. Okay. It's No to Thunderbird. Riviera. No, they made the Riviera years later. So you're looking for the model. God, I don't know what I'm up for the answer. I don't know about anybody else. Firebird. Oh, wow. That's a tough one. That is a tough one.